Haas is attending virtually.
Here.
Counselor Toronzo is not here yet. And President Wondolowski,
Here.
you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Our first order on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, which is voluntary.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next we have approving the City Council minutes from July 16, 2025. Can I have someone read the motion for me, please? Page 5.
It's actually,
Counselor Garrett, please, thank you.
I am going to spin my metaphorical wheels as it loads. Okay. Sorry.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought there had to be a fiscal order.
All right, well, we have to do a roll call on this.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Minhas, Counselor Minhas, I'll come back
Yes.
in. Thank you. President Wondolowski,
Yes.
the minutes passed by unanimous.
I don't see the superintendent. Oh, there you are. Yay. Come on up and give us an update. Thank you for being here. Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Summer's almost coming to an end for those who are going back to school. Almost, I say, right? Not yet. But we have a lot of things going on in the schools, and happy to fill you in on a few things that are happening. We had a wonderful visit. We had a great visit from our Congressman McGovern recently, came to see our Summer Eats program, and he came out along with our, I got to put my cheaters on here, the lighting in here, a little low from, look at that, perfectly clear now, right? We had our Secretary of Education come out, Patrick Tutwiler, along with the Congressman, and our new Commissioner of Education, Pedro Martinez, who just started on July 1st for the Commonwealth, came out to see our Summer Eats program. And you've heard about that before, obviously, and I mentioned that too.
Superintendent, I'm really sorry. We didn't get any topics from your office, so it will be an open meeting law violation if you go further.
Okay,
So
I
can
apologize.
So I'm just going to ask you, what's new, what's happening in the schools right now, now that we're getting started? And maybe there's some other questions from counselors.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I apologize for not submitting that. I'll give you an idea of what's new, so thank you. We had a visit from our congressman come through, and that was great to see our Summer Eats. We served over 75,000 meals this summer, and as mentioned too, that is a huge number out there. And not only did this year they do breakfast, lunches, they also did dinners and weekend meals for people on that. Couple things that we've participated in. Last night, we participated in the back-to-school event at the public library here, which was very well attended. It was a nice crowded room in there, a lot going on, and the kids were excited to get back to school. At least they appeared excited last night, right? As excited as they could to see their friends. It's always nice to go back and see your friends sometimes who you haven't seen in a little while in that sense. We're doing a lot of wrapped up summer school, a great successful summer school program, and our maintenance department is really working hard and to have our schools ready for everybody. in that scenario. We had new teacher orientation today. Right now, we have 14 new teachers, still anticipate hiring a few more actually in the next couple of days. So we have that today and tomorrow, and also did a bus tour of the city of Greenfield. Took them on a bus tour because many people could actually give the tour, who we've hired, are residents and locals and know what's going on, but others are from out of the city and new to the area, so it was nice to show them different parts of the city and what we have to offer here for them. I've continued to meet with city departments, still have a few more to go, but had a nice visit with the police chief and the lieutenant, and they gave me a nice tour of the renovation down at the police station and their communication or dispatching room. I don't want to say it wrong, but which was really nice down there. So hopefully we have some great things working with the schools in that scenario. And for our students, our teachers and our students, back to work next week. Our teachers come back on Monday for 2 days of professional development, and our students will be in next Wednesday, the 27th. So those are kind of the quick versions of updates.
Great, thank you. Counselors, any questions for the superintendent? Counselor Garrett, and then I have Counselor Golub.
You may have already said this, but I might have missed it. The Summer Eats program, roughly how many folks are we serving through that program? Like how many families, and a ballpark, I'm sure.
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
have
I
exact
gave you the
figures.
75,000 number of meals. So that was the number of meals that we did. I can look back up and find out.
No, that's just helpful to have.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciated the article in the paper about considering teacher and staff pay. I'm wondering if you could speak to that conversation.
Our school committee is always looking for different ways to increase our employees and the number of employees. As I mentioned, if you look at our jobs are posted on schoolspring.com. That's generally what a lot of school districts post on in Massachusetts. And in some of our hourly jobs, which would generally be cafeteria workers, bus drivers, maintenance positions, it's hard to get positions. I've been doing this for 35 plus years in this business, and I can tell you 20 years ago, people would beg to get on a list just to even get a job for their kids or their neighbors and wait in line, right, on that old civil service list of hundreds of people. But then there's some other factors that play into it too. It's the wages, right? Our starting wages, as I mentioned to our school committee, and our school committee knows this, are $17.95 for what you might call a paraprofessional or individual aide, instructional assistant in that sense. And it can or cannot be competitive with the local area, right? Depending on how many hours you want to work a week. Some people can go and work at local big box stores or different places for 18, 19, 20, and maybe have different hours. Well, we have great things to offer, as many of you know, right? Given the city, whether it's a retirement system, some nice benefits for people which they can't get in other places. What people really look at is that dollar. The dollar figure. How much am I bringing home to my family, and what am I doing? So we're looking at different options of what we can do to increase that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate your being here in a very busy time of year.
Thank you.
All right, next we have updates from the city. So we've got the mayor first, and then we'll go later to our public health nurse.
Good evening, everybody. I want to begin my comments tonight by recognizing Alan Ball, who passed away on August 5th. Alan served Greenfield as a licensing commissioner for nearly a decade. He also volunteered at Bay State Franklin and with Building Bridges, where he served meals to his fellow veterans. He will be missed. So let's start with Alan's spirit of community service as we begin our work today. We issued a voluntary water ban, voluntary water use restrictions last week, and I want to thank everyone for their efforts and parts to conserve. Our collective efforts resulted in a reduction in usage of about 300,000 gallons of water per day, which is a reduction of about 15% of the normal use. The recent rain has been helpful, but our supplies remain well below normal. The Department of Public Works has been closely monitoring the situation, and we will issue mandatory restrictions if needed. In the meantime, we encourage everyone to be mindful of their water use. We continue to face challenges with our facilities. At the beginning of this month, DPW closed a section of the transfer station floor above a dumping bay due to concern about its safety. Paul Newell brought in a structural engineer who determined that the floor is not safe for use and that temporary bracing is not feasible. We are waiting for the engineer to provide repair plans so that we can issue an RFP and receive estimates. In the meantime, staff at the transfer station are loading trailers outside the wall. This is a great deal more labor intensive. I appreciate the clerk's office and the city council helping us to get this on tonight's agenda for a first reading. We heard right before we came here tonight that the transfer station will be closed on Friday, and we'll be putting that out on our Facebook page and regular pages. In other concrete-related news, DPW staff has made repairs to the City Hall, and they are open for business. Thank you to this staff of DPW for working on this project. Mark Snow and Eric Tworog are starting the property compliance meetings again, where the committee that includes both building inspections and planning and health and public safety to look at properties around the city that have had ongoing issues that should be addressed. The issues range from health code violations to abandonment. This is an important way that the city can work with property owners to bring the buildings into health and safety compliance, as well as address properties that have become real problems for the neighbors. We reconvened the library building committee to address some of the ongoing issues with the finalization of the library. Thank you to Carol Collins for identifying the issues that happened during the initial installation of solar. The sign is also an ongoing issue that we have been working on for over a year. There were multiple issues with that from the get-go. The protective box was not weatherproofed so that the equipment inside was open to the elements, and much of the hardware was not rated for outdoor use. Our IT department has been working on that, and the plan going forward is that Lisa Perlman is working with DA Sullivan to design and install a sign that works so we can finally make sure our library's fantastic events are more easily accessed. I want to thank community volunteers, especially Dawn Moran and Maria Burge, for organizing the Fridays on the Common evening events. This is a series of free events open to the public. They're family-friendly and taking place. We have 2 more Fridays. And this Friday evening, I just heard just before this meeting, Councilor Garrett and I will both be judging the bike, stroller, and wagon parade. Thank you so much. That's this Friday night, and the last Friday evening will be the 29th. That's a vendor night. All of them start at 6 p.m., and I hope that folks will come down and check out these events. We were honored to host Senator Markey in Greenfield last Thursday. The senator toured our new fire station before leading a conversation focused on regional public safety, collaboration with regional emergency response leaders, our state delegation, planners, and community representatives. Erin attended for me because I was visiting my grandchildren, and she reported that it was a very productive conversation that will result in continued progress and much-needed modernization and regionalization of Franklin County's dispatch facility and system. One of the issues that was touched on was how we are facing a crisis in finding staff for municipal and public safety jobs. Greenfield Community College has started a fantastic program training emergency medical technicians that consistently has waiting lists. Young people from Greenfield are attending this program and are hoping to spend their careers and lives in Greenfield. But the reality is that many of them cannot find a place to live as our housing stock is critically low. So they continue to leave Greenfield and Franklin County. In the same vein, Aaron and I both attended an evening with our neighbors in Bernardston and Leiden, where they were discussing shared services and regionalization, largely because they cannot find employees who can find a place to live, or municipalities that can afford to pay municipal workers a competitive salary. The housing crisis is now a crisis that is impacting public safety, education, public works, manufacturing, and much more. Before closing, I want to touch on the Hope Street. As I'm sure you're aware, a group of residents have submitted a petition to the city clerk's office which asks that you rescind the 10-1 vote that you made in July, which will allow the city to move forward with selling the Hope Street lot for development. I firmly believe that moving ahead with development of this property is the right thing for our community. Restoring the Hope Street lot to usable condition for parking would cost the city a minimum of $400,000. That's a rough estimate by DPW, just off the cuff on yesterday. My office worked with our economic development and planning teams, FERCOG, the Greenfield Business Association, the Franklin County Chamber of Commerce, and multiple other entities to best determine how to use that property. The decision was not made lightly, nor was it made in a vacuum. The Secretary of Housing and Livable Communities presented the City of Greenfield with the Housing Hero Award earlier this summer, citing the use of the Hope Street lot for more housing development as a fabulous and innovative plan. Just 2 days ago, the Lieutenant Governor and Secretary Augustus visited Greenfield to better understand the unique challenges that we have in building new housing. You can't create more land, and the best way to build housing is on top of each other. We waited for this council to pass the zoning change before preparing this RFP, and attempting to stop growth in this community is an affront to the taxpayers. I am saddened and dismayed to hear those who oppose this development spreading rumors about what was planned. I am not and never have advocated for low-income housing on that lot. I have said from the beginning that I would like to see market rate housing, perhaps even condos, with ground floor retail built in that location. Housing is one of the most critical needs in Greenfield. We struggle to fill jobs in the schools, the DPW, and every other municipal department. Local businesses, including advanced manufacturing, are struggling to fill their jobs, and across the board, one of the major reasons cited is a lack of housing. More housing, especially market rate housing, is a critical component to lowering the tax rate for our residents of Greenfield. I want to reiterate that my intention has never been to place any income restrictions on what housing is developed as part of the project. We need all types of development here, and I urge you to maintain your support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions for the mayor? Councilor Bullock?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for speaking to this. I think it's really important to have your voice on the record since initially this request came from your office. And as a counselor, I was happy, and Precinct 5 counselor, was happy to support this. And I also appreciate your welcomeness to joining into the process to design the RFP and talk about some of the safety issues that are happening in that area. I'm wondering if you're able to share tonight any of the ways that you envision that process moving forward. I know that the vote we're talking about tonight, it does not hinge on that, so we won't be able to speak to that process at all when we when we get to that piece, but I'm wondering if you can share if there's been any thought about what community engagement would look like as we enter into an RFP process, if this continues on the trajectory.
So I just want to emphasize that for right now, this would be on hold, okay? But as I think we said at the last time that we met, that it was planned to have at least another meeting with community members to see what things that they had wanted. I did hear things last month about the parking, and have already been up there perusing the sidewalks, which people brought forward as an issue. So we are more than willing, and we'll be having something where we are meeting with neighbors and concerned abutters. Then the RFP will be written. As I'm sure you're aware, an RFP isn't actually written by a group, but it will be taken into account all of the things that people bring forward. You saw Amy Cahalan here. She'll probably be the person that's writing that RFP, and she is here this evening if you have specific questions on that.
Mayor, I had a question. Oh. I didn't see your hand, I apologize. Go ahead.
I also want to thank you for addressing the Hope Street lot, and I especially appreciate the information about the resurfacing of the lot costing $400,000. You know, and obviously it's an estimate. I remember when the DPW lot was repaved, Director Warner at the time said the estimates ended up coming in much higher because asphalt prices rose. And as we know, things don't generally get cheaper. So for the members of the public, that $400,000 number is not going to stay there, and it's an estimate. And so it's very possible it could cost more. The other piece of that puzzle as far as parking is concerned that I would be curious to know, and I don't have access to this information, is when it was an active parking lot, it would be interesting to know what the revenue for that lot was. Because we have different ideas about what to, if the city isn't able to sell this, we have to make a decision about what to do with it. And for example, we have a bunch of vans that need parking. Maybe that's going to be more of a cost savings than turning it back into a commercial lot. So if that information can be conveyed to us at some point, that would be very helpful just to be able to make a decision for the community to be able to make a decision fully informed about what's going on. So, thank you.
I do want to say to that, I meet every other week with the DPW director and assistant director, and so that was an estimate, and Paul Newell would be here next month to talk about the transfer station floor. So if you have further questions for him on that, by all means. They talked about the reasons for the cost, the grading and clay, and the utilities that were put in there for the temporary fire station. Again, I shouldn't be explaining pavement, but I guess doing things around utilities with manhole covers makes it more difficult or expensive. And, they could give you more information about that. And yes, we could find out what previously, perhaps I could find that out. I can tell you offhand, because I remember numbers, we used to make about $400,000 a year on the total parking in the city, and now it's closer to $250,000. So that's for all over the city. So I think there were kiosks there before, is that correct? Okay. So, it would be a guess, but I'd be happy to divide and give you a little estimate on that.
Okay, thank you. You probably don't know the answer to this, and I know when the DPW is back here, but I remember when we were working on the recycling grant discussions, and I thought somewhere in the recycling grant was some upgrades for the DPW station. So is this I'm just wondering if this is outside of what they were planning to do with the single stream.
This was definitely outside of anything that was planned for within that.
Thank you. Councilor Bullock?
Yeah, you just jolted my memory with the kiosk question. And before I forget, I just want to say a huge thank you to the DPW. They finished the fence on Hope Street, which seems, maybe it didn't matter to a lot of people, but that was really a hazard in the neighborhood, and it's why I ran for council. So it was to fix that fence, and so a huge thank you to Anna Altman, who helped get the funds we needed for that and do a community survey, and anyone else who did the community survey to get that done. And the DPW did really quick work. They were in and out of there. And it looks great. It's so much better than it's ever been. So thank you. And so you jotted my memory with the kiosk question, because at this point, the last 48 hours has been pretty constant text messages, emails, phone calls from people in my precinct regarding this issue. I've talked to 32 people since Sunday night about this, and one of the things that's been repeated to me multiple times in like a hush-hush way is that there's potentially a development that wants to come, there's a development in the Armory building that's going to build housing, market rate housing, which we desperately need to happen in our city. But there's a parking issue that would happen there. And so there's a desire potentially for that lot to remain a lot so that parking could go in there. And what I'm remembering now is that we had the kiosk parking in there, but like after 5, that parking was free. And so there's just a question I have about when we're looking at long-term planning for that. One, I guess, like, have you heard that? And then 2, I'm wondering, when we're looking at long-term planning, is that the type of thing that private residents would be able to park overnight for free? So the city would be resurfacing a lot at the expense of the taxpayer for a private developer to be able to have his tenants park potentially overnight. So it just, when you said the thing about the kiosk, it like jolted my memory that, if you went to the Hope and Olive after 5, you could park there, or the Y or whatever, that was free parking after 5 for the kiosk. And so I'm just wondering if you've heard anything about that, the use of that lot for parking for a new development, or if that's the type of thing, if we were going to reinstate that as a parking lot, would we allow free overnight parking in it for residents or that type of thing? Or would we need to recoup the revenue to maintain it? Because although I know now you're saying the cost of the resurfacing, but there's also the maintenance on that, and the upkeep, right? Like we have to now plow that every time it snows, de-ice it, all of that type of thing. So, yeah.
So I have not heard that, and I did just get the name of the person and the telephone number of the person who is working on the Armory. And I have not, since I've gotten back, I have not had a chance to call that person, so I really have no idea. But I will find out. I will just say that there's always spaces in the parking garage, which we have just worked very hard to make clean and have a plan to do that. It was cleaned for the first time a couple of months, a couple months ago. And Joe Puggs and Central Maintenance have put it on. They're going to do it 3 times this year because it needed a lot of work. We put new lighting on, October. It's going to be done again in October. We put, increased lighting on Olive Street because we had a complaint about that, and I've spoken to the police who are going through there more often, so that we are really working on making sure that that's used more, because there's a lot of spots. But I don't know what this developer is I don't even know all of his plans, but we'll find out.
Counselor Healy?
Yeah, I just kind of jogged my memory. I thought we also had discussed that Mark Zacchio might have had a lot behind that he was maybe going to work a lease agreement out with the Army building. Am I recalling that correctly?
I think I recall that as well, but
Counselor Minhas?
Thank you. I just want to start off by saying thank you for addressing this. I don't want to to demonize anyone on any side of this because I can see both of the perspectives here. One of the things that's brought up about parking by a lot of residents when they're concerned about this Hope Street parking lot potentially being lost is how the parking garage that we have right now, especially considering our elderly residents and that number is increasing and how it's not the most accessible. Is there anything if that lot doesn't stay as parking that we can do as a city to make sure that it's a bit more accessible? One of the things that I've heard of potentially, and I know this could be costly, is if there was some sort of a shuttle during specific times running from the parking garage to up Main Street, because that hill, I mean, for like, I mean, I can go up and down it fine, but a lot of people that I've talked to, it is a serious concern for them, and it stops them from coming into Main Street because parking itself on Main Street is hard for them. So they try to use the garage, but that's a little difficult. Is there anything that we can do, or any discussions that the city is having on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hess. I haven't really had any discussions on that, and I definitely will admit that it's uphill. If you go to, when I'm coming from FERCog for a meeting there and walking up the hill, I can't change the geography of it. But you know, as a senior who's had 3 back surgeries, I'll definitely admit that it's definitely uphill. It's not totally flat to get from that other lot to Main Street either, but you know, there was a parking study done, and we have a lot of parking here. And if you ever want to have a fight with anybody, just talk about parking. I've been at, I don't know that I actually want to be here when we're doing the Main Street over, because I'm afraid of like tomatoes being hurled. It's a tough issue, and I feel like everyone in the world would like the parking space that's right in front of the place that they're going. So, but we haven't done any research into like shuttles for uphill, because you know, you wouldn't know when somebody was going to need that. That's true. But you know, as far as the accessibility, you know, that's the reason for that we would talk about accessibility, is the incline. I didn't put it there, but there it is. So.
This is not a question, more of a comment. We have Franklin County buses, and I don't see why, if that were the case, we could work out a bus stop there for folks that runs on a normal schedule. So I don't see that being a huge issue.
And you know, there are bus stops downtown. There's bus stops on Main Street, and then of course the last stop is always at the John Oliver Center. But
All right, I think we're wrapping up because we're going to talk about this a lot for the next couple of months, my guess. So thank you, Mayor. As we've done periodically, every month we try and have a different city department come up and give us some updates. And our director of the health department isn't able to be here, but we have Nurse Megan, I'm going to say your name wrong, Tidrin? Tidrin, thank you. So thanks for being here, and we'd love to get an update on what's going on in the health department and what some of your issues are right now, and then we'll take some questions.
So I think our biggest change right now is that the bill SAFE 2.0 has passed. It's a new law that it puts guidance out from the DPH to local health departments. It says that we are mandated to perform certain performance standards. We're going to have to report to the DPH every year. Those performance standards, I'll go through a bit of a list because probably nobody knows how much we really do. One of them is environmental health, and under that, and that would be like your health inspector that would be doing that role. And it would be pool inspections, housing inspections, food, body art, tanning, Title V, perk tests, burials, bathing beaches, camps for children, water supply and pollution, indoor, I can't see, indoor skating rinks, beavers, beaches, and air pollution. So that's just what the inspector does. Then we also have to do tobacco use and prevention, disease control and prevention, emergency preparedness, animal and vector control, maternal, child, and family health, access and linkage to clinical care, chronic disease, and injury prevention. So those are the things that we are going to have to meet certain performance standards and report to the DPH. We do have a grant that is called the Public Health Excellence Grant that provides $487,000 a year, but and Greenfield is the host agency, and we have to work with Deerfield, Sunderland, Montague, Leverett, and Shutesbury. So that money is to support all of those towns. Right now, that money is going mostly to training because with that SAFE 2.0, they made new workforce development requirements. So anyone who's an inspector now has to have a registered sanitarian license. They need a bachelor's degree to be able to even sit for that test. Certified health officer also need a bachelor's degree to sit for the test and 30 science credits. Lead determinator, tier 1 through tier 3 housing and food courses, soil evaluator, Title V system inspector. There's a lot of things that new inspectors are going to have to do. So that's what we're spending most of our money on, is the training part of it. We do have one health inspector that we share for the region. He's brand new, so he is only capable of doing food inspections right now, because to get all these certifications, most of them will take at least a year to 2 years to get. Some of them will take up to 5 years because of the degrees and things that they need. You can't even sit for your Title V system inspector until you've worked for the health department for a year. So saying that, we are in a massive staffing shortage. Right now, it's just Mike, the health director, who works full-time, and myself, who is technically, for the city of Greenfield, I'm only the public health nurse, and I'm only supposed to be working 20 hours a week. I am hired for 20 hours through the grant program as the shared service coordinator, so I run that grant. But with that, when we were short-staffed, I just piled a ton on my plate. I got a lot of training, and I am now certified in almost all of those things that I said are required, with the exception of lead determinator, and I'll get that within a few weeks. So I've been helping Mike on inspections because there's nobody else to do it. We've had an open inspector position for over a year, another one that's been open since January. So there's really nobody to do the work except for Mike, who's the director, and then he has to go to all these other meetings. So staffing is our huge issue right now. We've had the positions posted for quite a while. We say that we want to hold interviews, but nobody shows up for the interviews. Our wages are super low compared to other towns. We have a position posted for a health inspector right now. The highest pay is $20,000 less than what Amherst is offering, and they have an open position for the same thing right now. So I don't see us getting any staff anytime soon.
Thank
I
you.
think, yeah, sorry. I think that's our biggest issues right now.
Yeah, clearly. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Garrett.
I know this is going to be a question that might be hard to answer, but what kind of resources would you need to be sufficiently staffed for the city's needs? Like, if, money is of course an object, but how big is the gap between what we're offering and what we should, if we're going to actually take care of the city's needs, be paying?
I think you would have to give your inspectors at least $20,000 more. Most of the inspectors are getting $41 an hour or so. And we start at, say, $27, $28, something like that. So it's a big difference. People are just not going to come here for that much less. And the other thing is, I would say offering some sort of stipend for school, because a lot of the folks that live around here, who might want to do these type of jobs, because they're messy jobs, they're dirty, going to watch a Title V is, you're stepping in feces and things like that, and going into houses with bed bugs. They're not clean jobs. So it would be, a stipend to pay people to go and get their degrees would be another thing that might entice people to come to us.
Thank you. And thank you for doing this work in spite of all the challenges of being here.
No problem. I really do love public health. It's fantastic.
It looks like no other questions. So thank you so much. We appreciate the update and understanding more about the work you do.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, and I see John is back here. So John, we'd love to hear updates since we haven't seen you in a little while.
Good evening. I'm here to talk a little bit about the North Build update for GSET. We are working on putting the backbone fiber up that will allow us to power the entire area. Just a refresher, we're going up Bernardston Road, up to Seventh Street, where we go underneath 91, to what we call an LCP. That's our local convergence point, which has all the switches and the electronics that will power the entire expansion. From Seventh Street, we go over the train tracks where it becomes Log Plain Road. We then go up to Barton Road, all the way down Barton Road to Leiden Road, and then all the way down Leiden Road to Nash's Mill Road. Last time I was here, I talked about laterals. So we pull laterals off of that. So that doesn't mean we're not going to be on the streets that we're not talking about now. It means you have to get the main backbone done so you can move the data you need to get everyone lit up there too. It's about a 7-mile route. 300-ish poles, more or less. We have finished stranding, which is putting the wire that holds the fiber up. That has to go first. We've done all 7 miles of that. I'm sure people up north have seen our trucks out and about for a while. That's something that we do in-house because it saves a tremendous amount of money to use our labor where we can. We have completed essentially the eastern half of the fiber pull up Bernardston Road. That's gone all the way to the LCP. We worked with the contract partners for that. But then we need to go back after and then lash that fiber to the strand. And it may sound like overkill, but you want these to last for decades, and they have to really be done correctly. It's poles, so they have to be exactly to the inch where you have your license, or that's a problem. So we do get that all done. We do that in-house as well. We'll save well into 6 figures in the amount of money it would take to contract this out, and we need that for sustainability, and we also have a really good outside plant team who can get that work done. We've begun the process of configuring, the local convergence point, which is essentially doing all the work to configure the machinery in the local convergence point. There will be at least 1,000 homes up there, so the network has to be completely mapped out. Every point along the network has to be tagged so it can fit into the system we have so we can properly route traffic to and from people's homes. That will be a lot easier now because one of the last things we've been waiting for, which was occupancy rights over the railroad that the railroad has monopoly rights to anything going across the bridge over their tracks. And we applied about 6 months ago, and we finally did get the processing of the application. So we do have occupancy rights. It's in the system with the city now. That means we were able to get back in touch with our contractor, so we're finalizing the date in September to get the other side pulled. That will include going, we will likely start down near Nash's Mill and pull northward up Leiden and then across. And then while we're doing that, because we literally got everything done except the several hundred feet over the railroad tracks, because you have to have that in place. So we'll have that stranded and ready to go. Once that's done, the LCP should be mainly configured. There is some that we have to wait until the actual other fiber is plugged in to be able to do that. But once that's done, there are hundreds of homes just right off the backbone before we start pulling any laterals at all. And we will pull, and I'm talking about just an example, Grave Street on the east side, and then Pickett Lane would be an example over on the west side. We actually, all of going out into the meadows for us is a lateral pull off of the main line. So we're not talking about backbone fiber going all the way out there, because we don't need to at that point. So we've gotten a lot of things done. I will say we have a 2-person outside plant team, and they've put in many, many hours of work to get us to where we are now. We have no more make-ready, finally, in the backbone area. Getting the occupancy rights was the last bit of that. And we've also worked to the point where the last bits of make-ready out in the meadows, we found workarounds, and we're just done dealing and waiting for working with Eversource and Verizon, because it's incredibly frustrating. So we will be finishing that up and start to pull laterals, and we'll connect people who are directly off the backbone first, and there are people who are waiting to be connected. I think I said last time, generally the laterals sort of spiral out from the LCP. That's how it works best. So, and that will take a while, and instead of waiting to do the whole thing, we'll do a section and light it up and get customers set and keep moving on from there. That's just sort of the basics of what we're doing. It's mostly outside plant work now. All the engineering work is done. I know you asked about the North Bill. Just really quickly, we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule with the Weldon too. So that's another grant that we're working with, that we will be placing we negotiated an easement to place a pole, so we don't have to do make-ready. We're getting much better at just getting around the issue of make-ready. So we should be moving there pretty well. And where we do have to still do make-ready for the GAP grant for the even farther out sections, we've developed really good relationships with the head of digital equity for the Executive Office of Economic Development, and I have a good working relationship with the chief executive of the Mass Broadband Institute, and they were able to put together a working group of us, other MLPs who have the same issues with Make Ready that we do, and we meet monthly with Eversource and Verizon for the grants. And the state has been terrific in putting more pressure on, saying you have to be able to provide better dates. It can't take 4 years. The average now is 4 years for any make-ready work to be done. So I really appreciate that and give a shout out to them, and the Division of Local Services has helped out there too. So I think it's being widely recognized as an issue, and they've really stepped in to help, and I think it really will help too. So I'm very hopeful that the GAP grant Make Ready will move along a lot more quickly than it has in the past, because quite frankly, those people have a lot more juice than we do, and that's what you need to get that done. So that's just a quick sketch of where we're at the moment. A lot of implementation right now.
Thank you. Councilor Golub.
Thank you for coming and talking with us
Sure.
tonight. Two questions. One, you might have already mentioned this, but I have the area that you're speaking to in my mind. Most of it is my precinct.
Mhm.
And I don't think that I've heard you mention Green River Road or Country Club Road.
That's part of what, I don't know, I think of that as the meadows, that
Okay,
whole
right.
area out there. So it would
Yeah.
be going up Green River Road, it would be Mary Potter Lane, it would be all the way up to the development up there and a little bit farther up
Okay.
Green River Road. That's part of that whole area
Okay,
too.
I wanted to make sure. And Country Club Road, will this?
Country Club Road, we will be going down Country Club Road, and one of the things we're doing is piloting some underground installation, because make-ready's become so expensive that it's actually getting to the point where you can lay a conduit for almost the same price as you would pay for make-ready. We spend a lot of time working with other MLPs, and we are going to pilot that. We will also first pilot fiber directly dropped to homes. The first place that will get that is the Weldon. But if we're going to lay fiber underground in some areas, and it's a pilot, I'm not saying that we're switching over immediately to burying all cable underground, that we would go directly to homes from there as well. So we will be going down Country Club Road. We do have to finish the backbone and lateral stuff first, so that will come after that.
So I believe that Plantation Circle was one of those places where you would
Yeah,
patch
we
it
would
on
go
up.
to, it's,
Think that you will?
and also if you go, I'm sorry.
No, we're thinking simultaneously.
Okay.
I think you heard my question, but just
Yeah.
want to make sure. Do you have hope that Plantation Circle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's great.
I think that the first stopping point will be when we get back to the railroad beyond Plantation Circle, because then population thins out a lot. And we're just trying to be driven by going where there are the most houses in the beginning.
So when can people sign up?
Well, we have to pull, next month, we'll be pulling the other side. We'll be trying to configure after that. So this fall, certainly. I'm just hesitant because it's been a long project. It's taken a long time. It has. And I want to make sure that we're not telling people things that aren't true. But we certainly, this fall, should be signing people up on the backbone.
That's great news. Thank you.
Counselor Williams, and then I have Counselor Gordon.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the complexity of this project. It's pretty amazing to me. But what I'd like to know is, can you project how long it's going to be before all of Greenfield will have accessibility?
That's as much a question of money as it is of time. We do, like any business, need access to bonding, to capital bonds, so we can do some of the work we need to do. That's been a little hard for the last couple of years, so we are going to come back and ask for some more bonding to expand. We do a lot of the work ourselves, but there is some work that we can't do. We've managed to replace bonding. We've gotten about $3 million worth of grants over the last 4 or 5 years, and that helps a lot. But if we're going to get everywhere in Greenfield, some of that will not be able to be done through grants, and we'll have to bond so we can buy capital equipment, and that's just how expansion in businesses work, and GSET really does run like a business. So we have to be able to access capital to buy expensive equipment and pay it off over time. And when we get to the point where we can have access to bonding again, that would speed that process up enormously.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Counselor Gordon?
Thank you. Thanks for the update.
Sure.
So I'm in precinct 2, kind of
Mhm.
the other half of Northern Greenfield. And this is, one of the questions that I get the most often from constituents is there any update on GSET and when I'll
Sure.
have access, right?
Yep.
As I'm sure you well know and have experienced. And I'm wondering if there's a place where members of the public can go to see kind of the overall plan and, what
Sure.
progress has been made and kind of a broad, I know you don't want to make promises that you can't
No,
keep, I
no,
support
it's
that, but like, just so people kind of know what's
Sure.
happening if they're not watching the recording
Yeah,
of council meetings.
we've been working on a page on our website that people can go to regularly, and we just haven't gotten it done yet. It's a busy time, but we do recognize that that's something that needs to be done and something we frankly need to do a better job of. So we're going to work on getting a big button on the homepage that we are in the plan and get to the point where people can see, there's engineering maps, there's a ton of work that's gone into it, and we should do a better job showing people.
Yeah, I mean, I know you all are working really hard on that. I do think that that would go a long way.
Yeah,
I think it would
I
be
think you're
really
right.
helpful. And also just so people know that it really is advancing, right?
Right.
That it's not just
Yep.
someday that'll never
Someday,
come,
yeah.
but like, no, it's really coming.
Yep, no, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
Counselor Healy?
Thanks for coming, John.
Sure.
Yeah, great things. I've seen Bill out there in the bucket truck working on those hot summer days, so.
Yep.
Progress has been amazing. Driving by, seeing him out there almost every single day. So thank you for that. Another thing that kind of came up was the jail. Is the jail a current customer, or is there plans? to
I
rebuild?
have spoken with the jail. They are still, we left it that they were going to figure out sort of where they're at in terms of funding. We're very happy to, where I spoke with the mayor about this a while ago. We can set up for the jail a VPN on what essentially, you don't even have to leave our network to communicate, because the idea is, can the jail communicate with the police department? And there is some work that needs to be done. They're very different systems. And I'm waiting to hear back from the sheriff's office about sort of, they know they have funds to commit. I've said, you need to tell us what that is so we can figure out what we can do to get going, and we'll do a lot. We've added a lot of VPNs for different departments. We never charge the city for that. We think that's part of our mission, and we certainly, anything on the police department side, we wouldn't charge anything at all, but we certainly would charge the sheriff's department. So I'm waiting for them to sort of determine their sources of funding, and then they have to explain to us exactly from their side. We understand better from the police side, working with Greenfield IT, what they need, but we're less clear on exactly what the sheriff's department is looking for. They may not be entirely clear on that themselves. So once we get that information, we're at the point where we would be able to tie in with them reasonably easily. Another grant we're doing, the Digital Equity Grant, means we'll be completely redoing Elm Terrace, we'll be completely redoing Oak Courts, we'll be adding the Winslow, basically all GHA buildings in the city, where we will at least provide internet. They're still deciding if they want us to provide all the ISP services for that, which is their call, not ours. But we'll be in that area, and we could. So we're just waiting to get a little more information. The North Bill is a massive project. That's a lot easier. So.
Yeah, and I will say, I do like the business plan of getting houses connected as soon as possible, because then you're making revenue as you're finishing up the project, right? So,
Yeah.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Golub?
Yeah, I quickly realized that I was remiss in not naming Light and Woods. And I'm curious, I believe that was another area that was hard to reach. And so I'm wondering, it seems to me that in the digital equity work that you're doing, that is a location that needs to be prioritized. So I'm curious if that's possible. and
So
where that's-
Leiden Woods did not apply in the first round of digital equity. They applied in, Counselor, I can't remember if it was the second or third round. I do believe they have applied. That's a difficult location in that it has to be underground, but you go a couple inches below the dirt and it's solid rock. So they will end up asking for a very large amount of money, and I don't know yet. I don't believe they've awarded the round 3 digital equity grants. The grants we got are enough for us, but to all of the GHA combined would be less than half of what getting to just Leiden Woods would be in terms of the work required to put any kind of significant underground conduit in what's essentially a giant rock ledge. So that's the issue for us and for them. I know they've asked for it. I just don't know if they'll get it.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for any work that you can do
Sure,
there.
sure.
Great, thank you so much, and so glad to hear that there's been a lot of progress since we
Yes.
last spoke, so
There,
thank you.
we are too.
I'm sure you are. Thank you. So it's 7:34, and we're going to open up public comment. So thank you, everybody, for being here this evening, and hopefully all this other city business has been informative while you've been waiting and writing your comments for tonight. So appreciate to have everybody here. We're going to start with Vern Sund. And just as a reminder, everybody has 3 minutes, and you push the button until it turns green, and you have to say your name and street address or your city, town.
Vern Sund, 81 Barton Road, Greenfield, Mass. 01301. I know what all you go through. I was a counselor for 4 years. But the main thing I'm talking about is the Hope Street condominiums, I would say. I live in Greenfield for 77 years. That has been used as a parking lot, and it was Siddeley Moving Company was there on the upper part by Prospect Street. And the more houses you put in that smaller space, it's gonna, instead of a town city, it'll look like New York City or Boston or Springfield. All the houses will be right on top of each other. And I don't think, as a town, we need that. Because I've lived here 77 years. There's plenty of houses for sale around that people can move into. And it might not be low rent, but you can always talk to the landlord, and maybe they can help you out. But that's the main reason I'm against this. Now, I know what town councilors, they got to flip. Do you want a head or a tail on the subject? And Kathy knows who I am. But I appreciate all the work you guys do, because it's hard to make so everybody's happy. And the best way to do it, to find out how everybody feels, is put it on a ballot. And a lot of times, you know how everybody in the town feels rather than just a few. And some of the things I had put on the ballot didn't go the way I did, but it helped the town. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you. Dawn Moran?
Hello, Dawn Moran, 88 Hope Street in Greenfield. So I am here to talk about the future of the Hope Street parking lot. I'm assuming that you guys are not going to rescind the vote that you did last month. And I'm not a referendum expert, despite what some people think. So I don't know if that means it goes to ballot or not, but I haven't really seen this council prove to me that they're truly representatives of their constituents. So I would be okay with it going to ballot, because then citizens can really represent themselves by going to the, to vote. And I'm here tonight actually more so just to have this on record and for the public to hear what I have to say. And I'm back to work, so you won't see me at any more meetings for until next summer. But that doesn't mean I'm not paying attention and still watching. I want to start out by saying, because I hate dirty campaigns, and I can kind of already see where this housing campaign is going to go if it goes to ballot. That back when the library and citizens had concerns about the library because of financial reasons and the ripple effect that it would cost for the building of the fire, we were labeled library haters. Oh, we hate books. We're ignorant. And I just don't want this campaign for the housing to turn into being labeled. Just because somebody might be against the housing on the Hope Street lot does not mean they're anti-housing. It doesn't mean they're being classist. And so that being said, can we please run a clean campaign? Because nothing gets me fired up more than a dirty campaign. And you guys don't want to keep hearing from me, do you? So the second thing I want to say is that I am a Hope Street business and homeowner, resident. I live right there. And I can tell you firsthand that residents and clientele from the businesses are vying for parking spaces in that neighborhood. Even the Webb building that has the big parking lot, he has finally said enough, and he's not letting people park in there anymore in our neighborhood as neighborhood parking lot. We have neighbors with difficult driveways. We have my business, we have his business, and he's just done. And so if my Hope Street counselors want to state that they're not acknowledged that there's parking issues, then they're not being honest. And if I'm being completely honest, your wife works for the Franklin Regional Housing, and I do have an issue with that. I've been in that neighborhood for 38 years, and you come in and you have this housing agenda, and I feel like this sucks.
Thank you.
I have more, but obviously my time's up. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Emily Kester.
Good evening. My name is Emily Kester. I live at 87 Davis Street in Precinct 6. I want to thank my Councilor Patty Williams, for bringing the resolution to support an act establishing a climate change superfund to your attention. The principle of the Make Polluters Pay campaign is simple. Those who make a mess should be the ones to clean it up. As both an early childhood consultant and a parent of 3, I can tell you that most 4-year-olds understand this concept. It's similar to the tobacco company settlement of the 1990s and the more recent opioid settlement that were decided in the courts. However, in this case, Massachusetts and several other states are aiming to pass legislation to create a climate change superfund to enable the Commonwealth to prepare for the coming climate impacts caused by the actions of fossil fuel companies. The state legislature needs to know that cities and towns support this action. For this reason, I ask you to vote in favor of the resolution to support an act establishing a climate change superfund. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah Ahern.
Sarah Ahern, Precinct 8. Good evening, members of the City Council. I am here as a former member of the steering committee that helped create the Opioid Use and Prevention Commission. I'm also here as the newly elected chair of the Opioid Use and Prevention Commission. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of moving our opioid abatement funds into a special revenue fund.
This is a timely and important action that has been authorized by the Commonwealth. In December 2023, Governor Moore Heatley signed Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023 into law. Following this, the Division of Local Services, or DLS, issued a bulletin which clearly states that cities and towns can now create a special revenue fund for these monies. This change is crucial because once the funds are in this account, they can be expended at the direction of the Chief Executive Officer, in this case the mayor, without further appropriation from this body. The steering committee before the creation of the Opioid Use and Prevention Commission had discussed this new authority at length. We believe it is an essential step forward for our community. Placing these funds into a special revenue fund puts the decision-making power in the hands of the people who are most impacted by the opioid crisis. It allows us to be responsive and agile in our approach to abatement, prevention, treatment, and recovery. Frankly, it also prevents us from having to come before this council and beg for every penny of our money, a process that can be both time-consuming and re-traumatizing for those who have already endured so much. By allowing the commission to manage the budget in collaboration with the mayor, you are empowering those who are on the front lines of this epidemic. A specific example of this autonomy came up recently with the dedicated burial fund, which is a vital part of our mission. The commission voted to authorize both the commission and the mayor as the decision makers for that specific portion of the dedicated funds. This is a model that demonstrates our commitment to transparency and our ability to responsibly manage the funds to directly serve the people of Greenfield, and we will have to obey the opiate settlement agreement, including accountability to the Attorney General of Massachusetts for every cent spent. I ask you to vote in favor of this motion tonight to establish the special revenue fund, and would like to request that it be added that the funds could be dispersed by a simple majority of the Opioid Use Prevention Commission pending mayoral approval. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to our community.
Thank you. David Singer?
Thank you. My name is David Singer. I live at 41 Grinnell Street here in Greenfield. I'm coming here generally to encourage you to vote yes to get the measure, to vote yes on the measure that you voted on either a month or 2 months ago, and to place, so that the measure will be placed on the ballot. I think it is important for this issue to go to the voters. There are many competing ideas out there. Two of the competing ideas that I've heard are housing and parking. And so there's now 2.5 months for the mayor, councilors, and community members to explain to the public specifically what the plan is that you all have in mind. I would especially say this to the mayor. It was her initiative. I look forward to hearing more detail about a proposed RFP, how she imagines what the housing would look like, and what would be on that lot. I just want to say this, I'll join with what Dawn Morin said. As we move ahead, let's keep the conversation on topic and not descend to personal attacks and innuendo as we go through this. I also want to say that in a small community, everybody's connected to some issue. So your spouse, yourself, your children, your parents, you're all connected to something. And that doesn't mean that you have a conflict of interest. In many cases, it means that you bring something to your position so that we can all learn what you know more than we do. And there's other members of each of the boards in which we all sit on that can weigh in against or contrary to what you say. It's not your vote alone that moves the measure, it's everyone's vote. So I would like to keep that out of the conversation if we can, and just look at the merits of what people are saying. So that's my conversation about the Hope Street issue. I would also like to say that I hope you will support Isaac Moss's resolution. Even though it doesn't have any weight, and I'm not normally supportive of resolutions, I think it's a time gone by already where these folks that work hard for the rights of criminals, or rights of defendants, people accused of crimes, get paid a fair wage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to online. I have Edie Heineman. Edie, if you're there, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. That took me a couple of minutes. Edie Heineman, Precinct 6, 41 Garfield Street, in Greenfield. I'm here simply to add to the conversation regarding the Hope Street parking area. I truly appreciate the efforts and the feelings of the neighbors in the neighborhood, as well as the business owners. And I also appreciate what I hear from the council members to this date. Just in the short brainstorming session tonight, there are many great solutions that are yet to be discovered and can be placed into the decision-making process regarding that particular area. I am in that area often for the Y, for Hope and Olive, for Salvation Store. I understand the parking, and getting down Crescent and Prospect Street is quite amazing. I sympathize with the neighbors, but I think that with adequate listening power, I'm glad to hear there'll be another open meeting or a meeting with the neighbors. And I have full trust in this council from what I've experienced and observed over the year, that all good possibilities will be considered, and maybe even not so good possibilities, but it will engage a process that will make this area in the future one that's more than satisfactory for all of us in the town using the businesses and living in the area. It's hard with the complexities that we live with now to foresee something truly positive, but we've got great developer minds, and I see that the council uses them, and I'd like to see that happen with this issue. So stick with it. Housing, I think, is a bigger issue. That's my personal opinion than parking, especially since I've tried to park in major metropolitan areas, and I know what it can be like to live in that nightmare. And we don't want that for Greenfield, but we have to accept that populations grow and one-car families become three-car families. So thank you for your listening to my comments, and good luck to you with this issue down the line.
Thank you. Maria Birch?
Good evening, everyone. I'm here on a lighter note. As many of you know...
Did I get your, I'm sorry, I gotta get...
I'm sorry, yes. Garfield Street, Greenfield, Precinct 6. As many of you know, I am a Vietnam-era veteran of the Marine Corps, and I am happy to share that my new priest is a Marine Corps veteran, and he asked me to come and present a proposal that he has. Father John Williams, the parochial vicar of Blessed Trinity Parish and a Marine Corps combat veteran, respectfully asked the city of Greenfield to organize a 5K walk run in honor of our veterans on the early afternoon of Sunday, November 9th. While the parish cannot be the direct organizer, it could provide volunteer support similar to the past 4th of July events at the Federal Street campus. Veterans of Greenfield would be welcome to attend the 11 a.m. Sunday Mass at the Blessed Sacrament Church on November 9th. This invitation would be extended to all parishes in Franklin County. He thanks you for your consideration and is happy to speak further to anyone who may have any questions. Now, I suggested that if we're going to have this 5K, we could probably challenge all the other branches of, and I challenged the city to have a representative from each department, if they have a veteran in their department, or even if they don't, they have a family member or whatever. I have dedicated a lot of my recent years to provide support to the veterans. I am a trained not, I can't remember the, hold on a second here. I'm having one of those after 8 p.m. I'm sorry? Suicide prevention counselor for the veterans in the rural areas. And, you know, I am passionate about working with veterans, and I think that this challenge really would be a lot of fun to have all the other branches, you know, run this race. It's a run, walk, or pull, you know, push the wheelchairs. So thank you for your time, and if anybody has any questions, please reach out to Father Williams at Blessed Trinity. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac Mass?
Good evening. I want to thank you all tonight for considering the resolution on the crisis in the courts, and I'm so glad that I'm not here every month like all of you. Thank you for all the work that you do. I want to let you know that
Did I get your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Isaac Mass, 248 Green River Road. Thank you. I want to let you all know that you have already had an impact just by considering this resolution. You're the first city council in the Commonwealth to start the process of considering a resolution like this. But last night, based on your consideration, the city of Cambridge passed a similar resolution. I know that about half a dozen other cities are having similar resolutions introduced based on that passage. That notice came today. And there has been, you may be aware that the legislature did pass a $10 increase for bar advocates, but I can assure you that the situation has gotten far worse since that happened. As of today, in the city of Quincy in Norfolk County, which had not been an impacted county, none of the defendants who were arraigned today could get counsel because the 4 bar advocates who were taking work in that city had all reached their 250 case maximum. To give you a comparison, we regularly won't take cases when we're between 45 and 50 cases here in Franklin County. So that is a tremendous, good work really can't be done at that level. Sitting where you are, what I primarily want to address is sort of the virtue signaling nature of resolutions that I was always, as a counselor, opposed to sort of things that didn't have a real impact. But I want you to understand that this resolution does have a real impact, and it does directly affect what happens with the city. That's why, by the way, I should recognize and thank Councilor Bullock and Councilor Golub, who were instrumental in putting this before you. This really does have an impact because the bar advocates who work around the Commonwealth, there's several thousand of them, but they appear to be not a real constituency. They're not, they don't collectively bargain, they're not part of a union, they're not organized in any way, there's no association, there's no infrastructure for them to speak to their legislators. So legislators think that this issue is a couple of cranky lawyers who are worried about how much they're paid, but it has a real impact on the city and the work that you do. You spend over $3 million to keep the city of Greenfield safe through our police budget. And I can tell you the Greenfield Police Department does an excellent job. They really do. But part of their work requires there to be a defense attorney to provide due process to protect people's rights, because they don't always get it right and they don't always have all the information. They're doing the work that they can with what they have. When people, it's not just a matter of cases where people are denied access for counsel being let out on the street. It's not just a case of cases being dismissed without prejudice. The delay that takes place, and we are seeing delays in Franklin County where people are going without time, and if I can just get 30 seconds more. When cases are delayed, delayed justice is justice denied, not only for the victims, but also for people who are accused of crimes because they're not able to get the evidence that they need to protect themselves going forward. Thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration.
I'm going to go online to Susan Wergaftik.
Thank you, councilors. I'm Susan Wergaftik. I live at 45 Forest Avenue in Greenfield. You've heard me talking about housing many times. I'm not going to reiterate chapter and verse of what I've said before. I just want to ask you to go with the vote that you had in July. That is a statement of the fact that we do need to be able to look at the Hope Street lot as being something that will take care of a small piece of the very large deficit we have of housing. Right now, we have less than the number of houses, the number of houses we need for the people who presently live here. We're not talking about bringing people in. And secondly, I think the parking issues are possible to be dealt with in that neighborhood through some engineering, traffic calming, and some other issues that I think the city is beginning to think through. And I understand the issue, but I think that we can work on it, and I think we can make it work for everyone. This is also an issue of taxes. If this is an issue for every single person, renter or owner of housing in this area, if we do not figure out ways to develop and support the growth within this community, we cannot have the fire department that we need. We cannot have the police department that we need. We can't pay the health department people that we need the money that they should get. We have to think this through, and we have to look at this more broadly. Very frankly, a parking lot is not going to give us any taxes. So I ask you to support once again, the resolution that you did in July, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back in the room, we have Carol Letson.
Good evening, Carol Letson, 29 Allen Street, Precinct 3, and I'm very happy to be able to speak with you again on the same topic, which is for Hope Street lot. And for several years, maybe 3 years now, I've been advocating for housing on that lot, and I'm so eager to see it come to the end. The vote that the council took is very much appreciated. Thank you for your work. And on the code amendments, including a new chapter for a downtown parking benefit district, which will, wait a minute, I'm reading the wrong side of my notes. No. I want to applaud another action of the City Council when you approved the former parking lot on Hope Street to be designated for additional housing. I have been enthusiastically in support of this plan for several years and have attended other public meetings to speak in support of this idea, which will augment housing options for area employees. We have employees, well, we heard earlier this evening that many agencies can't attract employees to come to Greenfield. One of the things might be that the cost of housing here and the limited housing here is difficult for people to navigate. Greenfield needs more housing for our employees. And thank you for your recent work on this, and I look forward to hearing the completion of the final project. I'm happy to be here tonight to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Goodwin.
Good evening, councilors. Pamela Goodwin, 54 High Street, here in Greenfield. I want to start by saying that I fully support the resolution that Attorney Mass just spoke with you about. I think it's really very much needed. I also want to echo what David Singer just said. I have lived at this age of 77 through 2 church splits. They are not fun. It's always us versus them. It's a horrific experience. And I feel like that's what's going on here with, parking versus housing. And I have been a member of the Housing Greenfield for 6 years since I have moved back here from the eastern part of the state. I do know of a couple who was just evicted. She has an impairment. The landlord said, I want you to get out. I'm going to fix the downstairs apartment, and I want to charge $3,000 for that apartment right on Union Street. People are still becoming unhoused. The mayor put me on the ad hoc for the unhoused. I'm in the process of, along with some other people, doing a survey. What are you looking for as an unhoused person? They want a roof over their head, to be blunt. They also don't want to be in a shelter, because some of them know what that's like. A few of them have lived in a house run either by CSO or ServiceNet, and they can't be there anymore. They chose that, for their opinion, it was unsafe. So there's all kinds of housing needs, and I have always said it can be low income, it can be low income. The State House talks about low income, high-end income, all of that. I did all of that for a long time on the state level, and don't want to even go there as far as housing things for the most part, except for one state group. I tried to unfollow everything Greenfield. It drives me nuts, and it's still there. And I don't want to ever look at it. I don't want to ever see it. People said, oh, you just don't go there. Well, I don't want to be on Facebook anymore because of this horrific back and forth, constant fighting that people do on everything Greenfield. I'm going to go to other Greenfield groups if I can figure out how to get rid of that. I thought if I unfollowed, I shut my phone off, I'd be done. It's right there at the very top. And it's never fun. It is always horrible on who's saying what about everything. It drives me crazy. To be honest, I love Greenfield. I have always loved Greenfield. But now I want to go live in a small town somewhere with like 3 select people and a town manager. And I'm forced to stay right here. So thank you for your time. I know this is not fun, and I don't like anybody attacking anybody either. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to online, Nikki Garrett.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, counselors, for all of your hard work. I know, as everyone has said, it's not easy. And I appreciate your time. So I'll try and be brief tonight. I'm speaking because I'm concerned about if and when the Hope Street issue gets, oh, I'm sorry, I realized I didn't say my name. Nikki Garrett, 93 Hope Street. I'm concerned about if and when the Hope Street issue gets on the ballot this November, it's important to me that the public knows what they're voting for. Voting to rescind the council's vote and to prohibit the mayor from selling the lot is not just a vote against having housing on that lot. It's a vote to tie the city's hands. It's a vote to remove the community engagement process that would be guaranteed with an RFP. It's a vote to limit the possibilities for this vital downtown parcel. It's a vote to perpetuate an ugly heat island that takes away from the charming character of Hope Street and Prospect Street. So as our city councilors, I urge you to be clear with your constituents about what this vote really means. The future of our city depends on it. And lastly, to my neighbor Dawn, I would deeply appreciate if you spoke with me directly about my employment with the Housing Authority before you bring me into your public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And last we have Wisty Rohrabacher. I don't have you on the list.
I don't need to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got it. Wendy, you can come up.
Thank you. Wendy Goodman, Green River Road. I want to really thank you guys. You are in the middle of really challenging times with really challenging questions, and I just really appreciate all of you. I do not envy any of you. That said, I appreciate what David had to say. He always speaks wisdom, which I appreciate sharing. One of the pieces that I was listening to about the parking is years ago there was a study about how we've built for parking and we've built for cars, and we haven't really built for people. So I just think about, like, what is the future? Are we all going to have as many cars as we have now? And so that's just what I was thinking of when I came and when I heard this whole discussion. And I really encourage you to consider what kind of future we're bringing, especially since we're tearing down the present so much. The other piece is Patty Williams' resolution. I encourage you to support it. I think it's really important that we hold people accountable and get the funds to take care of our environment. And I also want to support Isaac Mass's resolution, because I think that that is so important. If, you know, for folks that don't have to deal with the legal system, we don't really know the level of work that they do, but it is criminal, the amount of money that they're making for the kind of work that they do. So please support all of it. And again, thank you so much for your service, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being here tonight and for making your views known. We really appreciate it. It adds to our conversation. So we're not at the break moment, even though it feels like we should take a break. If it's okay, let's keep going, Council? Okay, great.
President Wondolowski, at the chair's discretion, I'm wondering if I can make a quick comment about, specifically about the way that people are personally attacking one another in recent times over the last week.
I just want to make sure we're not in open meeting violation.
I know there's times that after public comment, there's limited response or at the discretion of the chair. You know, you can't have a debate or that type of thing, but follow-up is allowed.
I'll allow it.
I obviously didn't plan this, but there's 3 times over the last week that I've experienced people who volunteer a lot of their time for the city be publicly attacked, and to a point of, like, even have a hit piece out on them potentially. And there's a couple things specifically I want to say about this. One is that that's dirty, to bring your neighbors, to bring the people who are volunteering in a government that's mostly volunteer run, personally, to drag them is disrespectful. And the only other thing I want to say is that we have many seats that were open this year for city council. And personally, I can say that the reason I wasn't going to run was because of some of the ways that people have spoken about me in public and the lies that have been repeated about me and the way that my children have had to deal with these things in public. And so if you want to complain that we don't have people running for city government, you have to think about the way that you're treating those people in public, online, in the newspaper. And the last thing I'll say is that regarding the opioid abatement funds, personally, I have recently been dragged, and I want to thank Sarah for the public comment you gave today. And there's, similar to some of my colleagues recently, there's been this underlying conspiracy theories about why people do the volunteer work they do in the community. That has been being said about myself, that the reason that I took part in the opioid abatement funds was because I was going to get some kickback of funding, which is ridiculous. There's, no government writes a check to a city councilor, whatever. Anyways, But what I want to specifically say about that is that the reason that I do that work is because I care, and I don't care because it's connected to my income. What I care about, and when I sat here and I was thinking about this, is that I care about the fact that on December 27th, one of my lifelong best friends overdosed and died. I care about that there's actually, I wrote it down when I was sitting here, not 1 month that goes by that there's not someone that I've known who has died from an overdose over the last 20 years. People that I've worked with, people that I'm related to, people that I've loved for many, many years. And so that's why I do the work that I do. And we are going to lose good people who would do good work in this city because they can't take being torn down anymore. So I just respectfully ask that if we don't want to run dirty campaigns, nobody runs the dirty campaign. Thank you.
I see Councilor Menhouse has his hand up, but I don't want to open this up to a discussion. So if you have one comment, I will take it. But if it goes beyond that, we're going to stop.
Yeah, I'd just like to piggyback on Councilor Bullock's comment there and say we can disagree with each other, and the one possible disagreement I would have is if someone's sitting on a board, the public has a right to disagree with them. But like that previous comment that was just made about Councilor Garrett's family member, that's not okay. That's not needed. You know, just we can debate the merits of our positions, but let's try to refrain.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So our next order of business is a public hearing and second reading, of which there are none. So we're going to next go to motions, orders, and resolutions. And the first order of business is rescinding order number FY26. Can I have Councilor Healy?
Councilor Wondolowski, could we please take a break for 5 minutes before we go there? It's 8:20 and we've been sitting here for an hour and 50 minutes. I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So we'll take a 5-10-minute break.
Recording stopped.
I think we're done with our 15-minute, 5-minute break.
We deserve it.
So I just want to acknowledge that Councilor Minhas as well as Councilor Williams are back online for the public, so we are ready to roll. Okay. So our first order is the rescind order, and Councilor Healy.
Yep. Order number FY26-033. The City Council moved that it be ordered pursuant to the Greenfield City Charter, Section 7-8A, that the following order number FY26-001A2, approved by the Council on July 16, 2025, be rescinded. That the Greenfield City Council authorizes the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street, Assessors Map 52, Lot 25, pursuant to the City Council policy for the sale of city-owned land, and authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. So before we enter into any discussion, I just want to ask Clerk Scott to explain why we're here right now, and then if we vote yes, what that means, and if we vote no, what that means, just so everybody's really clear what's in front of us, to the best of her ability. There have been a lot of emails with lawyers and other folks, and I can't follow them all sometimes.
So the order before you is because of the council vote last month to sell the Hope Street parking lot, or to authorize the mayor to sell the Hope Street parking lot. There was a group of citizens who got together and under Charter 778, hold on, I got it, admit somebody from the waiting room. There you go. A group of citizens got together and put a petition together. They collected the proper amount of signatures, which was a minimum of 430. You can read the charter to find out all the ins and outs. It was based on the last biennial election and how many people voted in it. The number of 430 was given to them. They exceeded that number. We certified 512 voter and resident voter signatures on that petition. There were signatures left uncertified because we didn't need to do that. The charter outlines the process that this vote is one of. The charter outlines the process for the council to have the option to rescind their vote. If the council rescinds their vote under this order, then there doesn't need to be a ballot question on the November ballot. If the council does not rescind their vote, the charter says that the council shall place the ballot question on the November ballot for the citizens to vote on. The form of the ballot question that is in this packet, that is not currently on the floor for the council consideration, but the council has to vote the form of the question, which is also prescribed through our charter under 7.7G. The form of the question, again, as prescribed by charter, has been approved by the attorney. It is similar to the ballot question that went before the voters regarding the library. That's why the form that this is in was approved by the attorney, and it also follows the charter. I'm rambling. We asked the attorney to ensure that if the ballot question went on the November ballot, that it would be binding. He said yes, it would be binding. And I think that's all for now.
Okay.
The vote tonight that is before you that's on the floor, sorry, to rescind, is a majority vote. What this vote does, if you were to vote in favor of it, would be to rescind the vote for this, to authorize the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street. So if you want to rescind your vote, you would vote yes. If you want your vote to stand and the question to be placed on the ballot, you would vote no.
Although we might not want our vote to go on the ballot, but that's what happens.
Yes.
So, Councilor Perry?
So I'm the one no vote. If I rescind my vote, I'm rescinding my no vote.
It's rescinding the council's vote,
It's
not your
rescinding the
personal vote.
council's
The
vote.
council's vote.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, when you said you, I misinterpreted what you said. You meant
Yeah.
you as the council.
Yes.
I apologize.
I think Councilor Master Totoro.
Councilor Master Totoro, did you have a question?
Yes, now, I'm just reading this off the page, and you tell me if... It's page 24, a yes vote.
No, this is page 21.
24 is the ballot question.
That's a ballot question.
Page 21. Okay. See,
Any other questions about the mechanics? Other discussion? Councilor Golub?
So I'll first ask my colleagues to forgive me for repeating a story that I've shared before, but I imagine that people from the community may be listening and will soon face the decision about how to vote on this. So I want to share what's coming to my mind as I am going to vote no to rescind and yes in November. So when I was running for after I was appointed, I was running for precinct 1, and I went around and I knocked on all of the doors of all of the frequent voters in municipal elections. And I asked them the question, what issue matters the most to you? And like I've said many times, the two issues that mattered most to people were educational funding and taxes. They were about tied, because I tallied up the numbers. And I trust that many of my colleagues will speak to the taxes issue. That has been named many times. But close second was a longing amongst my constituents for a thriving downtown. Most of my constituents are older than me. I've lived here 13 years. Most of my constituents have lived here longer than me, and they have a nostalgia for the days of JCPenney's and Sears and Wilson's. And I heard about t-shirts, I heard about underwear, I heard about socks and towels, and all I told them, I have very limited power to bring back department stores or options for purchasing textiles downtown. I promised them that I would do everything in my power to build a thriving downtown. And in the last 3 years that I've been on council, this is the most significant opportunity that I have to uphold that promise to them. And it is a very clear, in my mind, it is a very clear choice we have for that lot. It is not hyperbole that it would cost upwards of $400,000. A couple years ago, we needed to vote on paving the portion of the parking lot behind Greenfield's Market that the city owns. We delayed that in order to attempt to fund our schools. We had that difficult decision. That lot cost $75,000. So the size of the Hope Street lot to repave that and make that a parking lot is upwards of $400,000 or more. Given the fact that we know that we have a surplus of about 45% of surplus of parking at peak hours, it would not be diligent on my part to vote for that paving. So either this lot is likely to be an empty lot, which does not contribute to a thriving downtown, or we have an opportunity to see what creative solutions are available to us. And it is inaccurate when people say it will definitely be luxury condominiums, or it'll definitely be low-income housing, or it'll definitely look like New York City. That is inaccurate, because the truth is that what we are voting on and what the city will be voting on in November is to enter into a process of putting out a request for proposals with community engagement to see what is possible and to make the best possible decision based on the creative solutions that we can generate. And so either we have this empty lot or we have probably new housing, which was also an issue that many people told me about. People want a place for the kids to live. Housing, income from taxes, and a thriving downtown. So to me, the choice for the good of the whole, and that project can include, and it will include, because we will be paying attention, parking for that location, sufficient parking. That is within our power. So I will be voting no on rescinding my vote, and I will be voting yes for Hope Street in November. And I hope very much that my neighbors in this city will see that very clear choice. And I also want to say that because this is not going to be a parking lot, again, we will not be funding a parking lot. The images in the recorder of the parking lot are misleading. I don't know if it is deliberately disingenuous or if it is just misguided, but to continue to have those images misleads people, because that is the past image of the place. It is not what is going to be there in the future. So please take that into account.
Counselor Perry?
Everybody knows my vote. I had nothing to do with the petition. I was kind of surprised, to tell you the truth, to see that petition. I didn't see that coming. It surprised me. But I just want to remind everybody to be very, 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 very careful. Because we heard tonight from a lot of eloquent speakers talking about, and even you tonight, Councilor Bullock, talking about how divided the town can be, how divided people can be, how people are frustrated and hurt. And we had 512 verified signatures, and I heard somewhere that was over 780 people who signed those petitions. If we decide that we're not going to rescind the vote, we're telling people that we know better than you. And so I just believe on principle alone, we should let it go to ballot and let the people decide. I'm guessing that the ballot question for Hope Street parking will fail probably by about 60-40 at least. So the Hope Street parking lot is not gonna pass. People are gonna vote for housing. But we should give them that opportunity to do that. We can wait 2.5 months for people to decide what is best for Greenfield and not let the reputation of this council pay the price because we felt that we knew better. Thanks.
Point of clarification, I just want to make sure that everyone knows what we're voting on, that there are two distinct votes. Can you maybe repeat that if that's helpful? Because right now we're voting on whether to rescind our vote, and next we will vote on whether to send it to the ballot. So those are two different, okay.
I think we're set. Thank you. Counselor Bullock?
Saw that. That was a sheepish hand raise, too. Okay. I also just want to be clear that if we rescind our vote, this does not go to ballot. If we vote to rescind our vote that we made last month, it does not need to go to ballot because it's rescinded. So if we don't rescind our vote, then it does have the opportunity to go to ballot and go to the people, which is, I'm happy for it to do. So I am going to stick by my vote. And I want to say that I actually heard from about a dozen people who signed the citizens initiative who said they don't actually agree that the land should remain a parking lot, and that they do want housing, but they believe that it should go to the people, so they signed for that. And I respect that stance a lot. I want to be clear and have it on the record that in the last week I received 27 emails in favor of keeping the vote as it is and for the RFP to move forward. I also want to be clear that something that Councillor Golub said, right, is that there's no done deal that we rescind this and it becomes a parking lot, right? It could become a pickleball court. It could become a public pool. It could become a dog park. A community center. Like, what do we want to invest in that area of town, right? There's many things. Personally, I support this idea of housing and commercial. I would love another cool place to walk to in my neighborhood. But I do think that there's going to be people who don't want anything we want to put there, right? There's people who don't want a parking lot. There's going to be people who don't want anything. I want to be clear that the people that I heard from this week, I heard from 3 different business owners. I heard from 2 people who teach in our public schools who've had an issue finding housing in this area and have had to commute. I heard from 5 parents who all expressed dismay, and this is all in Precinct 5. And of the 27 emails that I received, 11 of those were from Precinct 5 members that were in support of this just in the last day. And the parents that I talked to about this were speaking about the fact that this year, we as a city council were not able to successfully fully fund our schools. And so we're told that one of the reasons we're not fully funding our schools is because we're seeing declining enrollment. But then we are not allowing people to move here. I spoke to a friend of my son's who they moved here from out of state a few years ago. They were not able, after many months, to find a house on the market, and had to find an off-market house to buy. And were lucky enough to do that before the school year started, but they had started looking months in advance for that. So I am going to keep my vote. The last thing that I will say is that all it took for me to get the answer of, like, can I be involved in helping create these community meetings, shape the RFP, talk about these specifics, was to message the mayor and to email the economic development department of the city. That's all it took, right? I didn't have to put anything in Everything Greenfield. I didn't have to blast anybody in public comment. I didn't have to anything. I just had to go directly to the source and say, can I be a part of this? And the answer was yes. And there's been a lot of good ideas that I've heard as I've been talking to people over the last few weeks. Some of them are that actually there should be 3 more handicap spots in that area. So regardless of what happens when if this goes to ballot, I do think that for Precinct 5, we're in a generative time where there's ideas for that area that are coming out that are really good ones. But yeah, and the last thing I'll say is that there's been a lot of misinformation. So when I talk to people over the past few weeks, especially when I was getting signatures myself, the narrative everybody has is that this is public housing. Public housing is going there, public housing is going there, public housing is going there. That's actually not anywhere stated that that's what is happening. As much as I would support public housing in my neighborhood, it's not what's happening there. And so I just think that for that to be the narrative that has been used, that people have latched onto to be in opposition of, is concerning, especially since we live in the poorest county in the state. We have, an area median income of $53,000, while at the same time the median house price is $330,000. So housing is unattainable for more than 30% of the people who live here, because those people live in poverty, and the number's higher if you have a kid under 5. So it's disingenuous to say that people do not need housing here. And I will do whatever I can to push forward responsible housing in Greenfield. And as someone who's lived on Hope Street for 15 years and has now talked to many neighbors, I think that this is actually what people want, and we'll find out if it goes to ballot for sure.
Councilor Bottomley?
I'd like to echo some of what the councilors have said so far, and at least talk a little bit, probably not as eloquently as the other councilors, about why this is so important to me. Because we talk about housing, you hear housing over and over again, and it starts to lose meaning because we're actually talking about people. And whether we have wealth or not, we all strive to provide for ourselves and our families, and housing is absolutely essential for that. Anyone that's moved to the Pioneer Valley in the last decade knows how difficult it is to find housing. Even my students at UMass, some have to commute 40, 50 miles because that's the most affordable apartment they can find. So this affects every level in the Pioneer Valley. So I fully support creating housing on the Hope Street lot. The voters of Greenfield certainly have a right to vote this opportunity away, but I urge the public to not be sucked into fear-based messaging, personal attacks, and predictions of doom. This is a tremendous opportunity to increase our tax base, help revitalize downtown, and welcome new people to our city. Thank you.
Counselor Garrett and then Counselor Gordon.
I'm going to go back to my comfort zone here and quote the Declaration of Independence. So we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I'm going to skip ahead several paragraphs because you don't want to hear the whole Declaration of Independence. And there's a line here that I always think about, which is, all experience has shown that mankind is more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. And as Councilor Bottomley and other folks have said very articulately, we have an opportunity to make changes to our city. There's a housing crisis going on currently, regardless of whether we want to believe it or not. And it's extremely difficult to pursue your happiness if you don't have a roof over your head and you don't have your health and you don't have the ability to take care of yourself. And so regardless of the way this vote goes in the fall, and the voters have every right, and I'm grateful, frankly, to even the people that knocked on my door and discussed with me why they wanted me to sign that petition. You know, I got to know some neighbors better, and I got to get some respect for some of the things they've gone through their lives. It was lovely. You know, he thanked me for my service, and I'm positive that this person that I discussed with will be voting the other way on the ballot. But that doesn't matter because I know my neighbor better. And so for the rest of the time I'm on this council, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure people are able to pursue their happiness. And that means their basic needs are taken care of. And the most basic need is a home, period. You know, it doesn't matter how long you live in this community or not. You deserve to be here if you want to be part of here, and we should welcome you. Because that's what makes communities better, that's what makes this country better, and we should go to basic principles, including decency, but also including understanding that everyone has equal value regardless of who they are.
Counselor Gordon?
My colleagues have said a lot of things that I could not agree more with, so I'm not going to repeat those points. But, you know, I do want to say thank you to everybody who came and spoke on this and has been reaching out. I've also received dozens of emails about this. And in fact, I've received emails and communication the whole time that I've been in office and when I was running also, specifically talking about the need for housing. And, you know, it just could not be more clear that this is a really important issue. So I urge everybody to come out in November, if and when this is on the ballot, to demonstrate how much you do care about building more housing in Greenfield. And I will just say, you know, if you handed me $500,000, I would not spend it to build a parking lot. I wouldn't even repave my own driveway first thing, and it actually really needs it. And if we had an extra $500,000 suddenly appear, you know, in the city budget and we held a public vote on how to use it, I can't imagine that the number one choice would be a parking lot. You know, because that parking lot actually benefits a relatively very small number of people in this city. And, you know, I'm just imagining what else we could do with that money. We could invest in our schools, which, you know, had a big budget shortfall this year. That benefits all of Greenfield, that benefits the children and families across the city. We could hire more health inspectors, as was noted earlier, which benefits everybody in town in visceral ways. You know, but no one's going to hand us $500,000. So the best that we can do is make sure that we're spending the money that we do have wisely. And I know change is hard. I understand that people are really attached to the neighborhood that they live in. And, you know, miss some things about how it was before. And we really have to weigh all of the factors and invest Greenfield's really precious limited resources in smart and sustainable ways for the benefit of the whole city. And, you know, if we sank $500,000 into a parking lot somehow, if we had that money, which we don't, it would definitely not do that. So housing does move Greenfield forward, more people paying property taxes, a vibrant, you know, lively downtown, people shopping and eating at local businesses. This is a chance, you know, to turn a vacant lot into something that's really alive and lasting and will benefit everybody in the city. So I'm not going to vote to rescind, and I look forward to voting yes in November.
I guess I'll close it out. I haven't changed my mind since last month. I still believe that housing is more important for people than for cars. I want a vibrant downtown. That's why I'm on the council. I love having that I can walk to downtown, and I'm not as close as Hope Street, but do that regularly. We need to make sure that our downtown is vibrant, and that happens when we have a mixture of housing, and maybe we get the first floor developments that Councilor Mastrochotoro has been talking about. That would be fantastic, having some more retail on that end. I also would be remiss when we failed to get $350,000 to the schools that really need it, and instead we're gonna give $400,000 to pavement. I wanna give it to my kids and our kids and not to cars. So I'm not gonna vote to rescind, but. Counselor Minhas.
Thank you. I think when this is framed in the context of a parking lot versus somebody having a roof over their head, I don't see anyone who would say, "Oh, I'd rather see lifeless pavement there," no matter how nice or fancy it could be or how many cars it could house. We would obviously want people to have their basic needs met. However, I do think that this comes in the context of the way that this push for housing has been. And at times I agree with it, at times I disagree with it. But I think one thing that this does highlight is how there's a sentiment in the public that they have been left out on this conversation about what happens to city property, what happens to their taxes, what happens to their general makeup of of their of their neighborhoods. And people feel this sense of um, helplessness, like things around them are changing in a way in which they don't have a say in. And I think that's kind of the context as to why this is kind of bloomed. Like Councillor Perry said, this was completely out of nowhere. I was not so involved in pushing this forward or anything. This petition, even though I can agree with some of this stuff. But I also would not like to see a parking lot. I think the concern, after talking with a bunch of those people, is that potentially, like with the old library, which is still beyond me, that a fully functioning building that was historic was just given away to a entity for a meager few $1,000s. And when it's stuff like this has been ingrained into the public psyche, people have this kind of skepticism about what is happening to their public property. Um, and so people are wary of development in general in small towns, um, because they're afraid of what change might look like because we're in an economic downturn. And so usually when things change for the worst. So I don't want to demonize them, but I also don't want to be like, okay, yay, I'd love to dump a $500,000 into a parking lot because what the hell is that going to do? I'd rather like to see tax revenue being generated. But also at the same time, another part of the equation is that we have millions of dollars in properties here in Greenfield that are tax exempt, um, that simply are just off the tax roll. Um, and the burden on the taxpayers is enormous. And if those properties um, expand, that would be to the detriment of Greenfield residents. And that's not a guarantee that that would happen, right? That would go to a nonprofit or something like that. But the fact is that Greenfield has a history and a context in which people are wary of development of these sorts. And so I believe in the spirit of democracy. I believe in people having a right to choose what their neighborhoods are going to look like, and them having a say in that. And regardless of how the outcome would be, I would support this going to the ballot and people making a decision for themselves. And I appreciate the energy that this conversation has created, but also I'm a little just disappointed in some of the back and forth, the personal attacks, and just judgment on people. Um, I'm glad that we are concerned about our city, but as someone who's lived here forever, like, let's not have this be another uh, wedge between our communities. Um, let's have this be something where we can collaborate in, and this provides a chance for the city to be like, okay, we're not leaving people out of the conversation. This is how we will have a transparent process, so you can also be part of this development, so you can also have a say in this. And I think that would go a long way. Thank you.
Has everybody who wanted to speak first gotten a chance to speak? Okay, Councilor Perry.
I'm going to vote yes, mostly to defend my vote for last month and to continue to represent the people who want to keep the parking there. And just to send them, because I think a 11 to 1 vote is better than a 12-0 vote. And I just want to explain why I'm voting yes. I want it to go to the ballot. It's going to go to the ballot. That's great. But I still think people need to be represented on the council in the minority. And that's why I'm going to vote yes, because I don't, after hearing everybody talk, we know what's going to happen. And I think the people in Prospect Street neighborhood are going to feel a little bit sold out. And even, so for the people, the 40% who may or may not vote for the Hope Street parking lot, I just want to represent them here as a council member. So thank you.
Okay, one last Councilor Bullock.
Thing. I just want to, twice tonight, there's been this narrative about the library, but I actually think the library is a really good example of like a mirror to this process, right? Where it went to ballot and the people spoke on it and they wanted the library and now we have it. And so it seems like there has been this like spin tonight as if like the people didn't want it and then the city did this thing. But that's not what happened. What happened was that it went to ballot and we voted on it and we voted for it and many of us use it. And very similarly, like this is a parallel thing where we had a building that was lovely. I mean, I spent weeks of my life in that building with my children and play groups and over the years. And, but we would have had to maintain that building and there's a cost to that. And so we have to think long range about where do we want to put the investment in our city. And I think there's a piece of this that I was thinking about the other day when I was reading one of the articles, one of the My Turns or opinion pieces in the Recorder, and I can't remember which one it was, but it was basically saying that like the burden of people needing housing is on us in Greenfield and not on the county, even though we have like 50% of the affordable housing or whatever. But we also have 20% of the population of Franklin County. And so I just think that we have to decide, like, how do we want to invest in this population? And I think the library is a really good mirror for us to look at to say there was a real divide about do we want it or don't we, and is the trade-off worth it? And in the end, the people said, yes, it's worth it. And so it moved forward. And I think we're in a similar place now.
All right, I'm going to call the question, so. We good?
So just to clarify, a yes vote to this order would rescind the vote, a no vote would leave it as is. Counselor Golub?
No.
Counselor Gordon?
No.
Counselor Master Totaro?
No.
Counselor Bottomley,
No?
Counselor Bullock,
No.
Counselor Williams,
No.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
No.
Counselor Brown,
No.
Vice President Garrett,
No.
Counselor Minhas,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Wondolowski.
No.
The motion is defeated by majority.
On to number 2, ballot question referendum petition. I don't know who should read this. Got it, Counselor Healy. Okay, thank
Order
you.
number FY 26-034. The city council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council directs the following question be placed upon the official ballot at the local general city election to be held on November 4th, 2025. Ballot question. Shall the following measure, which was proposed to be rescinded by the voters in the citizens referendum petition, take effect? That the Greenfield City Council authorizes the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street, Assessors Map 52, Lot 25, pursuant to the city council policy for the sale of city-owned land, and authorize the mayor to execute all documents necessary to accomplish the same. Yes, a yes vote would uphold the city council's vote to allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street. A no vote will rescind the city council's vote above and not allow the mayor to sell the property at 53 Hope Street.
Is there a second?
Second.
So I'm just going to ask Clerk Scott again, just the rules of engagement on this and what we're voting on. And I know there was the shall part of it, and anything else that you can add to the background before we ask questions. Thank you.
So in Charter Section 7-8, when the council does not rescind their vote that a citizen's petition has been submitted on, the council shall place the question on the ballot for the citizens to vote on. So it shall go on the ballot. What you're voting on here is the form of the question. Not that it shall go on the ballot, because it shall. There's the word. It's happening, folks. Yeah. But this is the form of the question. And the form of the question is also outlined in the charter in section 7.7G that lays out the way the question shall be phrased. Also in Charter 7.8, the form of the question needs to be reviewed and approved by the city attorney, and that has also happened. The form was sent to him, he reviewed it, and he approved it. So now the council needs to vote the form of the question to be on the November ballot.
Gordon?
A clarifying question, well, a couple of clarifying questions. So when you say the form, do you mean like the wording?
Yes, even though it's outlined in the charter on how it should be worded. Yes.
Thank you. So just to make sure then that I'm understanding this correctly, the language that's in the motion, what we're voting on is all of this language, including like the summaries under yes and no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And those summaries cannot be amended at a later date? We're locked in whatever we say tonight?
Correct.
Sorry, I do have another question about that. Because I'm looking, at the summary under the no vote. I appreciate the summary language. I think ballot questions can often be super confusing to people, and they end up voting the opposite of the way they actually intended. And I think the summaries help with that. A place where I'm getting stuck is a no vote would rescind the council vote and not allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street. Is that like in perpetuity forever, or like, yeah?
Who's talking to me?
Sorry. My question to you is that time unlimited, or, or like, are there future ways that it could, the different decision could be made in future decades in Greenfield?
So I don't think I can speak to 100 years from now. No. This would be a binding ballot question. If the voters said, no, you can't sell it, that's a binding ballot question. I have to believe there is some sort of mechanism, but I don't know it.
Yeah, couldn't you do another citizens petition to put something on the ballot? If you wanted to sell it in the future, and collect your signatures and do the same
So that would be
process.
Charter 7-7.
Yes, exactly. So there is a process. It's just you have to do the same amount of work that these people just did.
Councilor Master-Turaro.
Without getting specific as to the letter, because that may be attorney-client privilege, unless we say otherwise, but I believe it's 90 days before we can revisit this, from what I read in the attorney's letter.
No, it's 9.
I'm sorry, 90 days to revisit what?
9 months, I think.
No, we have to address this within 90 days.
And it's 9 months if we were to hear another motion, like to sell or something again, but it didn't say that we could do that if this goes on the ballot and passes. This is a binding, like a ballot question is binding. The mayor can't just give us another motion in 9 months, another order in 9 months to annex this land. We have to go with what the voters voted on. Like if the library hadn't passed the ballot, they couldn't have just 9 months later brought it back and done it again. 9 months is if we'd rescinded, we couldn't hear it again for 9 months.
Councilor Golub.
I think there is some precedent for a reconsideration of what was on the ballot, because Councilor Healy and I have been on a commission to revisit 7-7 and 7-8, and this has inspired me to rethink that, just reading how convoluted this language is that we have in the charter and how hard it is to interpret. But after the ballot referendum or initiative, I'm not sure which one it was, happened around the number of voters, we did have a deep conversation about it, and we are able to change that language. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had that conversation in the first place. So I do know that there's a precedent to reconsider previous ballot votes.
So I don't remember exactly the language or the process when there was a ballot question about Charter 7-7 or 7-8. So take this with a grain of salt. I don't believe that was a binding question. This is a binding question. Again, if I had 20 minutes, I can look back through so there are different types of ballot questions. There are binding and there are non-binding. I believe the council, under a separate charter section, chose to put the ballot question for 7-7, 7-8 on the ballot. It wasn't an initiative petition. It wasn't a citizens referendum. If you give me a minute, I can maybe find it because there's a section of the charter, but I'm sorry, I don't remember it by heart.
I just want to, I think some of this is, we're talking about the language here, and I think we're going down a rabbit hole of what if into the future, and so I just want to caution us to not get too far afield.
Do we have any
Councilor Gordon?
power to make
Got it.
changes to the language? I'm assuming no.
I'm sorry, I was reading.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, the other thing about debating language is, do we actually have any power to change the language in this? Or does it need to go on the ballot as written by the petitioners?
Yes. It needs to go on the ballot as written by the petitioners, as approved by the attorney. There are multiple layers. If I can go back for one second, I believe that question that was talked about was put on the ballot. Charter Section 710, submission of other matters to the voters. The city council may of its own motion and shall at the request of the school committee, if the measure originates with that body and pertains to the affairs under its jurisdiction, submit to the voters at any regular biennial city election for adoption or rejection any measure in the same manner and with the same force and effect that are hereby provided for submission by petitions of voters unless they shall designate that the measure is non-binding. And letting people in. I believe, but that was a few years ago, I believe that was a non-binding question.
So I'm looking at the charter as well. And Section C, if not placed before the voters at a regular
What
biannual.
section? 7-8?
7-7, citizen, or no, where am I here? 7-8, Section C, yeah, so it says, if not placed before the voters at a regular biennial election, in order for the referendum to be binding upon the city, 25% of registered voters shall vote on measures or issues placed in the city. So if we don't get at least a 25% turnout, it's not binding.
No,
I don't think we've had a 25% turnout in
I think that's incorrect.
oh,
May I?
please.
Okay. This question, this question is going on a regular biennial election ballot. Okay? This charter section is saying, if not placed before the voters on a regular biennial election ballot, if not placed, then we need to reach the benchmark of 25% of the registered voters voting. What is that noise? Okay. So this is a regular biennial election. In the emails that you all were sent and copies given by the attorney, the attorney was asked if the council did not rescind and the question was placed on the ballot, would it be binding? And the response is yes. In their opinion, the question would be binding because it's a given that if it's on a regular biennial election ballot, which this is, the question would be binding because we don't need to meet the 25% voter turnout if it was on a non-regular election ballot. Counselor Garrett and Counselor Bullock.
Counselor Garrett?
This may be a kind of stupid question, but it's 9:30. Biannual means every 2 years.
Yes?
Don't we have an election every year?
No. Well, there are elections every year.
Right.
But local elections are biennial.
Really? It feels like it was so much sooner.
Tell me
Okay.
about it, right?
Yeah, like it feels like just yesterday, you know?
Counselor Bullock?
Last year was a state, federal, this is a local, sorry.
So hypothetically speaking, I know you love these questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Kathy. I hope you have vacation soon. Hypothetically speaking, if this passes in November, and then a different group of people initiated a petition to repeal this, which is what would need to be done if we wanted to do anything for 53 Hope Street other than spend $500,000 to pave it, then, or, I mean, sorry, that's not true. We could do whatever we want with that if the city's gonna pay for it. And then we would need to initiate a new citizens petition and hold a special election, and assuming it was after the November, to repeal this. And then we would need the 25%, which is a ridiculous threshold since we don't even see that in a big election.
I think I got it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So, I do have a question, though. When you say, if this passes, so if people say, yes, the mayor can sell this property.
Sorry. If people say no, the mayor can't sell this property.
Okay.
And then a new group of people said, we're gonna do a citizens petition now, because can't we just, like, can't people just go back and forth forever and you have to hold elections for it? So couldn't a new group of people say, we want it on the ballot again to sell this property, and then you'd have to hold a special election, and we'd need that 25% threshold?
I would have questions.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, like,
Because-
what the undo process, like, how to hit the undo button. But I think you don't have to
So-
answer this for me right now. As far as, like, tonight goes, it seems like the only real option here is to vote on the language in front of us, because we can't change it, and move forward with this process. And then if there has to be another step two, we worry about that through an attorney's opinion.
Counselor Gordon?
Hypothetically, I'm guessing that if this does not pass, if people vote no and the mayor cannot sell the property, again, I'm going back to, this is a binding ballot question. I believe someone could file under Charter 7-7, not 7-8, requesting that a measure be passed. But I don't know if it would make it through that process, because we've had a binding ballot question and the voters have said, no, you can't sell it. So, yeah.
Counselor Golub?
I have a couple of questions as I think this through. So I think I'm hearing two different things, and please let me know what's happening with these two different things, or if I'm hearing two different things. On the one hand, I'm hearing you say that we don't have Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge how convoluted this is and like expecting you to interpret the law, because I do actually have a slightly different interpretation, or any of us to interpret this is unfair. So like, just want to name that. And I think I hear you saying two different things, which are like, which is one, we don't have the power to change language at all. And two, we're voting on the form, which is the language, and so we are voting on the language, which would assume that we did have some ability to amend it. So what do I make of this?
But so the form of the question is prescribed by charter. The form of the question, Charter 77G, which is applicable in 78B or C or whatever it is, says the ballot used when voting on the measure proposed by voters under this section shall contain a question substantially the following form. Shall the following measure, which was proposed by voters in an initiative petition, take effect? Right there. That's the whole. Okay. I'm stopping.
So then because I may have another follow-up question to this. A follow-up question to is, could we amend this and cross out and allow the mayor to sell, and cross out and not allow the mayor to sell? Because if the question is, shall the following measure, which was proposed to be rescinded, take effect, it would be enough to say a yes vote would uphold it and a no vote would rescind it, without the added language of allow or not allow. Could we make a motion to amend and strike through those words?
Can I add a follow-on to that? Because what I was going to say is very related to that. Like, this is a question for you, Kathy, to clarify. The summaries, who wrote the summary parts of this motion?
I wrote the summaries based on the summaries used for the library.
Interesting. Okay.
And the attorney approved it, gave the thumbs up to it.
It's helpful to know. I think, yeah, I share Councilor Golub's question then about whether we actually can't change anything on here. I have no interest in changing what the petitioners submitted. I understand that we cannot change that and we can't vote to not put it on the ballot, and that's totally fine. The language that concerns me most is actually in the summary, because that's where we get into the question I asked before about, like, if it says not allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street, would that be binding forever? Like, that's the actual wording that I'm concerned about. And if that wasn't in the petitioner's original submission, then it seems to me that it wouldn't make sense for us to have to put that on the ballot. Like, I understand why you wrote it that way, but I'm also would argue that I think we can and should be able to change that.
Sorry, can you repeat what you wanted to change it to? I missed that part. Or did you say that part?
I didn't actually have summary language to propose immediately, but I would at the very least strike out allow and not allow. I think I would just have the summary read: a yes vote would uphold the city council vote above, and a no vote would rescind the city council vote above. I mean, I'm open to other people's suggestions around that.
So,
yeah. And that is the summary of the petition.
On page 2 of the documents that you were given and emailed, the email will be longer, it won't be page 2 there. The attorney says, and I'm going to summarize, the ballot question being phrased in the form of whether the city council measure, which is proposed to be rescinded, takes effect, then the effect of a yes vote is to uphold the city council measure, and the effect of a no vote is to rescind the measure and disallow the sale. So they go on to say that they don't agree that it would be appropriate to flip the descriptions.
So that's all we're asking.
Right. But I think if you were, this is a guess, folks. I'm not an attorney. If all you wanted to change was the summary, somebody please write it down and give it to me so there's no mistakes. So if an amendment is made, we know exactly what is being proposed.
Councilor Garrett and Golub have their hands up.
And Councilor Williams and Councilor Perry.
So, let me get it again.
Garrett, Golub, Williams, Perry. That's the order in which I saw them, sorry.
Councilor Garrett.
So I'm a little confused on, and I'm not opposed to it necessarily, but the changing of the language in the summaries, like it says the word authorize the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street in the petition language. And then the word allow to me is just a synonym for authorize. That's a little bit clearer. So I'm not really sure what the goal is. And I'm, again, if I'm not like what, yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
I mean, my concern is that having the words not allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street would be binding for a very long time. That if that language is in there, that it's essentially saying, we do not allow the mayor to sell this lot with no end date, no potential process if future Greenfielders wanted to do something differently. It sounds like there may be some remedies for that in other ways, but I think that wording actually makes it a little more confusing about how this would actually take effect and what it means for Greenfield in the long term.
Councilor Williams is next. No? Okay. Councilor Perry?
Yeah, I'd be very wary to do anything that the clerk and the lawyer has already agreed upon. I just think it's dangerous. But we could abstain from a vote if you have a hard time with the language. Abstaining would, kind of send a message that you don't really agree with it. But at this stage of the game, to start asking these questions now seems to be a slippery slope to me. That's all and I think the remedy that has been discussed about a follow-on petition, if people are really interested in doing that, would answer that question we're having.
Councilor Golub?
Does anyone have ready access to what the petition said? Like, I'm trying to find that in my emails. I think that we should see what's actually submitted.
So, just a question or point. I mean, we can go down this road, but none of us are attorneys, and we're not the city attorney. And the city attorney says in charter has to approve this. That's part of the approval process. So I don't know that there are too many options. I mean, we'd either table it, have to do a special meeting if we have a question for the lawyer and come back. But part of me likes the clarity of it. I know it's scary, but it also, the summary makes it very, very clear what the citizens are voting for. So I kind of actually like the clarity of it, even if it is the binding nature, it was a little frightening.
Sorry,
I have Councilor Bullock and then Councilor Golub.
just for a point of clarification, if we vote no, if a ballot is voted no on, it's considered a no vote by the council, and so it can't be brought up again for 2 years. Just for, I know I did this thought experiment with you, Kathy, and I just wanted to say, because that's what happened with Sanctuary City. And so that's the process, is that it would have to wait 2 years to be brought up again.
What's that timeline from? Right.
I'm not sure. I can't find the actual, I'm searching for the actual language around it right now. But I think I'm assuming it's 2 years from the binding ballot measure, but that's an assumption.
Yes.
Are you finding that in MGL? Are you finding that on a website?
I was reminded by a constituent in my email that, a prior counselor, that is the case. And so I'm searching right now through the council rules.
Okay.
I had Counselor Golub and then Counselor Gordon.
I'm looking at the actual language that they submitted. And they say that we hereby protest and seek the rescission of the following city council measure adopted and signed. They're not asking for the mayor to never be allowed to sell the lot. And so I'm working quickly to email you language to amend the summary. And I will make a motion to strike through the words "and allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street," and to strike through the words "and not allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street."
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
I second that.
Counselor, can I have you read it again, just to make sure we're all completely clear?
Strike through "and allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street," and to strike through "and not allow the mayor to sell."
Seconded by Gordon, so now that's the discussion.
Counselor Gordon and then Counselor Master-Totoro.
I think Counselor Golub is maybe saying this more clearly than I am. I think the summary language goes beyond, in fact, it's not just I think, the summary language does go beyond the language that the petitioners submitted. That is my concern, and that's why I agree with Counselor Golub on striking out that language. I think that to be true to what was submitted, we need to actually be true to that language and what these folks worked really hard to gather signatures to get on the ballot, and not through our own sort of like attempt to explain it, which is, you know, very well intentioned and for good reason, but not actually bind ourselves to something more than what the petitioners submitted. And I do understand, you know, wordsmithing, and it gets very frustrating and it gets late, and like none of us as lawyers, and I totally appreciate that. And I think I didn't totally appreciate when I came into this how, you know, essentially on the substance of this, we do like have to vote yes to put the question on the ballot. I'm not entirely sure why council votes on this at all, since we have to vote yes. But I will also say, you know, we heard people express frustration that, you know, they felt like the process of, you know, surplusing the lot and issuing an RFP happened so quickly, and, you know, that it didn't give them time to really understand what was happening. As was stated earlier, that process actually didn't happen really quickly. It's been under discussion for a long time. But I do really feel that pain of like, we got this a few days ago. And so, you know, I just, I guess, appreciate and ask for the patience of the public and my fellow counselors as we go through this, because I think we all could have definitely used more time to understand this language, to run it by the lawyers, to actually make sure that what we're voting on here is what we are meant to be voting on. And we just didn't have that luxury of time. And so that's why these questions are coming up now.
Counselor Mess.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, by removing these words doesn't change the wording in the ballot question, because the ballot question says that the Greenfield City Council authorizes the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street. So whether we remove them or leave them in, I don't think it changes anything.
Counselor Bottomley, and then we'll come back
Not
to
to
Counselor.
throw a wrench in it, but if we wanted to follow the exact same language of the ballot question, you could use the word authorize instead of allow. I don't know how much difference legally there is between the two, but then there'd be no change in the ballot question from the wording. But I still don't know how we can do this without running it through the attorney, but.
Counselor Brown?
Sorry, I was just going to echo that the word authorize might be more matching what's written in the text. And I'm mainly just concerned that we're already in a tongue twister, and if it goes to the public and people are not clear about it, it's making it worse and harder to vote on. But I do also hear the concern about, like, what are we binding ourselves to? Are we making it even worse? I do understand that, but can we also table this till, we can't table this till next month?
If we table it, we have to have a special meeting, or if it doesn't hit the deadline, we have to have a special election? We can't do that to Kathy.
All eyes are on Kathy.
Yeah, no pressure.
Oh, I can't hear.
Sorry, Counselor Williams. So it could be tabled, a special meeting could be called. The theory was to have this voted on to allow the ballot for the November election to be ordered as soon as possible after the September preliminary election. But it could be tabled, you could have a special meeting rather than a special election. Councilor Williams has her hand up.
Counselor Williams, is your hand up for a question or because you couldn't hear? Oh, you're muted.
No, I'm not muted, correct? Okay. So the question I have is this: the language as I'm looking at it right now was determined by both what is in the charter and the city lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
So then, if in fact it must come from the charter and be approved by the city lawyer, why would we have the ability to change it at this point if this is the language that has been approved? And I understand the concern about the never, never question of not allowed, but it seems that the lawyer would have taken that into consideration. That would be my assumption.
Just want to say Counselor Minhouse is no longer in the meeting. Counselor Gordon, if I think you had an answer to Counselor Williams' question.
Yeah, it may have slipped my mind now. Oh, right. The thing is, like, I understand that the attorney approved this language that Kathy drafted regarding the summaries. I also understand that the question was first posed to Attorney Quinn on Monday of this week, right? And if we had had any time to really consider this, I personally would have asked some follow-up questions just about clarifying the language so that we don't get ourselves trapped in something that, we don't necessarily want, and that the petitioners are not asking for. We didn't have that time to ask those clarifying questions, and so that's why we are raising this point. That's why I'm raising this point now. I would definitely be in favor of tabling this just to give us a little more time to ask those clarifying questions from the attorney, because I think it's nice to say the attorney looked at this and thought it was fine. Attorneys are also human. They give us their opinions. We've gotten differing opinions from different city attorneys in the past. And the better questions that we're able to ask, the better the answer we're going to get from our attorneys, which is why I would love a little more time to ask the question.
Just really quick from me, I really appreciate what Clerk Scott has put together in a very short amount of time, but I'm also realizing that we as a council didn't get a chance to even put any language or think about it or ask the questions of the attorney. So I personally think buying a little bit more time, not a lot, might do us well, and we might land on the same language. But I'd rather digest it and make sure that we're all clear before it goes to the public or to the lawyer, for that matter. So I'm going to go to Counselor Bullock.
Okay. I'm amicable to tabling it and asking questions, but I also, there's two pieces for me. One is that when I read this response, it's the lawyer's responding to the question of, is this specific language allowable or acceptable? And what they express is that it's about flipping the yes and the no. That's what he responds to. The spirit of the language that he mentions in paragraph 1 and paragraph 3 in his response, he uses different language. He uses authorizing a sale in the third paragraph, while he uses not allow and allow in the first paragraph. So the alternative is that I would think that we could amend the language, run it by the attorney, and then if it's not acceptable, we have to re-vote on it anyways and call a special meeting. So can we make the amendment tonight, run it by the attorney, and if the attorney says, no, I would not recommend that language, then we have a special meeting?
Counselor Perry.
I just want to remind everybody that the precedent has already been set. The language came from a previous thing from the library, so it's not as if, this stuff is made up. It's already been used before. That's where the language came from. I just have a real problem with second-guessing the city clerk and second-guessing the attorney over minutia type stuff. It just seems to me we're wasting time. But that's just me.
So I want to come back. Is there an amendment or proposal from someone? There's an amendment on the floor already. Okay.
I
Counselor
could
Brown.
repeat it.
I just have a question. If it said authorize instead of allow, that's still not, because that's literally the first sentence of it. Okay.
If I may.
Okay, because it's just about
The
upholding
problem, I think that the language that makes me nervous is not allow. right? I think that that's where potentially the summary language puts a more restrictive decision on us than the language that was actually submitted by the petitioners. So, like, not authorize would have the same problem, right? Like, it's not the authorize versus allow. And like I say, I do really appreciate the effort to have summaries because ballot questions are confusing. But I do really appreciate Councilor Bullock's suggestion, about amending now to be on the safe side and getting another legal opinion just to make sure that we're good. Because I think that we could spend a little bit of time on that now and, or potentially a whole lot of time in the future of competing citizens petitions that would have to happen for things to change, lots of money that the city spends, et cetera. And I think that this is a much safer and actually more efficient way to do this is if we amend and get another legal opinion.
Yeah, I have two folks lined up, so after they comment, then we'll read it again. Counselor Garrett?
So the one part that, regardless of what we end up doing next, I would love to know if this is truly I think Counselor Williams said, a never ever situation, if we don't change the language, because that's information that we don't have from the attorney. He answered a number of different questions, and I would love to know, is it only, because it's clear that the city council can initiate another referendum process, but is that the only way to change it? And so if we can ask the attorney that question regardless of the rest of this, I think that would be helpful for every city council in the future, just to understand our charter, because it is deeply confusing, and I have a lot of empathy for folks trying to process this. And I know the petitioners had some difficulty with it as well, and this gives me some empathy for their struggles as well. So,
Counselor Master-Todoro.
I'm wondering if, to prevent much delay, rather than amending this, or a proposed amendment, and then having the attorney review it, and then us voting on it, according, if we schedule a meeting with the attorney, go over with him the language change, and then vote on it, then and there. It will save time, I think.
Sorry, I'm reading statutes. I'm going to go to Counselor Healy because
We're going to call the question. I'm done with this.
And there was a ask to read the amendment one more time before we vote on it, if that's okay within calling the question.
Just one moment. So, lots of documents open. Hold on one moment. What page is it on? Okay, so the proposed amendment is to strike through and allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street, and also to strike through and not allow the mayor to sell 53 Hope Street.
Are we voting? Okay. So the vote is on the amendment as stated by Councilor Golub.
Don't we have to vote on the call to question?
Oh,
I'm
so sorry. Yeah, all right. Call the question. On calling the question, Councilor Golub?
No.
Councilor Gordon?
No.
Councilor Master-Totaro?
I'm going to pass for a moment or two.
Councilor Bottomley?
Yes.
Councilor Bullock?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Healy?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Pass.
Vice President Garrett? No.
No.
Answer that for you. Counselor Minhas is still not there. Counselor Master Totaro.
Yes.
Counselor Brown.
Abstain?
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, and yes.
The question is called by majority. It passes. Oh, 34 amendment. Good to go.
So now we'll be voting on the amendment.
Now it's the amendment as stated by Counselor Golub. On the amendment, Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
No.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
No.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, and yes.
The amendment passes by majority.
So now I need a motion for the vote as amended. It's on the, okay, so we're,
It's on the floor as amended.
okay. So we are going to roll call again, as amended.
We vote on this, is this going to go to an attorney or is it binding? We vote on this motion as amended. It sounds to me as if we vote on this as amended, this is what it is, without any,
If I can answer, because my understanding is our charter says that it has to be attorney approved, so they'll have to look at it again. Is that the right assumption, Kathy?
That makes sense to me.
Okay. I've got Counselor Golub and then Counselor Perry.
And just to follow up in terms of like the timing and why I think it's important that we vote on this tonight is because you're right, we could have a special meeting, like you said, but that does delay the clerk's timeline. And so my preference in order to support them in getting the ballot out is for us to vote on it. It will have to, like, I'm just repeating, it has to be approved by the attorney. If it's not, then we'll meet again. But if it is, then we don't need. Yeah. Saves our time too.
Counselor Perry?
Well, in the beginning of all this, 15 hours ago, you presented this as we had no choice but to vote yes. So now, how can I vote no?
Well, you can, but it'll still go on there.
Yep.
So there's a lot of chatter. Can I just, Counselor Bullock, and if anybody wants to speak, please raise your hand.
We've done this, we do these things before, right? We have to vote on this. It doesn't matter if we unanimously vote no, that we do not want this. The charter says it will. So even if we all voted no, this still goes to ballot, correct? Right, so you have your own free will to vote however you want, and the charter says, sorry, Wid, it's going to ballot. So- As amended. Well, if it's attorney approved, which is also in the charter. It also says in the charter that it will be approved by us and the attorney.
Counselor
One more
Bonnelly.
question for Kathy. Is there any chance that this timeline would mess things up if it go, like, how much time does the lawyer have to respond before all of this?
Should have done that before.
So at this point, I mean, we're still working on September election. You know, we haven't made it to the November ballot yet, because we can't do that until after the September election. So even if I wanted to send it to be printed right now, I can't, because I don't know the results of the preliminary yet. So yes, we can send it to the attorney and have him review what is now the question.
Counselor Healy.
I don't see a time limit like section 7.7 where we have to give a response in 7.8. So I think the cleanest way to do this is we table the amended motion. We go to the attorney, we have him review it, he approves it at our next meeting in September. We vote on it, take it off the table, because it doesn't have to be on the ballot until November, right?
We need to get the ballot printed for November.
When do you normally
need-
print the ballots?
As soon as we can, because
You said
we
you
have
weren't
to.
even working on them. It's August 20th.
It is August 20th, but on September 10th, which is the day after the election, it's probable, depending on many things. I can tell you that the vote for the September 9th election will be certified before I leave work on September 11th, not because I'm nice, but because I go on vacation the next day.
And when is our meeting in September?
The 20th, I believe.
I also want to make
17th.
sure,
The 17th.
Yeah.
I think the other issue is making sure that both sides have the language so that they can be campaigning. And so if we wait until after September.
I just also think it's cleaner to table it for this reason. If we vote this and the lawyer says you can't do this, then we have to rescind our vote and re-vote again. So either way, we need a special meeting, right?
Unless the lawyer says he approves this language,
Yes.
which, I mean, ideally, what would have happened is that this, the process would have been on a different timeline, and we would have had a couple days or a week to go back and forth before the 5-day rule, which never happens, like, it never happens that way. But that didn't happen. And so regardless, we're gonna follow the charter. This is gonna be looked at and approved by a lawyer. It's gonna be looked at and approved by the city council. We are reversing that process, but it doesn't say in the charter it has to be in that order. And then if we need to hold a special meeting to help keep to the timeline, we can hold a special meeting before September 9th and amend the language again with an update from the lawyer. But voting tonight doesn't mean that if we made a bad choice, we can't change the choice with the lawyer's opinion.
No, we just have to rescind our vote.
Right, and which we'd have to do anyways if, we'd have to have a special meeting if we tabled it. We'd have to have a special meeting if we pass it and it's bad language. If we pass it and it's fine, we can make Kathy happy. We can move forward with both sides knowing what the language is for the preliminary election. For me, there's like no loss in us voting on this if it's going in front of a lawyer regardless, which it has to because of the charter.
Counselor Garrett?
If we do find out that this is the not allow language would create a never-ever situation. We're not allowed to change it. A special meeting would also give us an opportunity to rescind our vote, creating a 9-month timetable versus a never-ever timetable. So I think we should just vote on this thing and let the lawyer figure it out.
Not quite sure I understood everything you said, but
Me neither.
but I get the gist of it, and I think I don't see any other comments, so let's go to roll call.
This vote is to consider the motion as amended. Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Mastro-Totaro?
Abstain. Abstain.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Abstain.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes with 9 favorable votes.
Okay.
Okay, now we only have 20 more things to go through. We got through 2. And everybody stuck with us. Amazing. All right, so resolution to support an act establishing a climate change super fund. Counselor Williams, would you be willing to read that motion since it came from the Community Relations Committee and we love you?
Yes.
It's on page 25.
Page 25, okay. Order number FY 26-021, City Council Order, City of Greenfield, Massachusetts. The City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council approves the attached resolution entitled, "A Resolution in Support of an Act Establishing a Climate Change Superfund, AKA the Climate Superfund Bill." Majority vote required.
Do you have a second?
Second.
So this came out of Community Relations on Monday. I'm like, and
Yes.
it was a unanimous positive.
Yes.
Counselor Williams, do you, and I know we had a citizen speak to it earlier, but if there's anything else you want to add about what this does?
I think what's important to note here is that this is about accountability. This is going before the state legislature, and they have requested that municipalities consider this. What this does is creates a super fund that the big oil and gas companies pay into. It's the amount they pay into it is determined by the Executive Office of Energy, Environmental Protection. The Superfund then deals with issues that arise from pollution, like illnesses, the cleaning up of waterways, the cleaning up of earth, etc. Especially where we have obviously cutbacks in federal funding and therefore cutbacks in state funding, we're going to feel our budget getting tighter and tighter. And in terms of the welfare and health of the citizens of Greenfield, it seems it only makes sense that those that create the problem are accountable for fixing it up. Like Emily said when she spoke, you make the mess, you clean it. So that's what this is really about. And I do encourage my fellow councilors to consider this seriously and give it a positive vote. Thank you.
Counselor Healy?
I have a long filibuster, and I just sat through 45 minutes of conversation, so I'm going to try to cut it from like 30 minutes to about 5. So bear with me as I talk quickly. I cannot support this. One, it's government overreach, and I believe in small government. 2, going after the gas companies and oil companies that have over the years helped found what this country is and how this country has become as big as it is, and funded all the construction projects, the diesel that we use in construction, everything else, because there was no alternate energy at the time. And it's just unfair. It's an unfair shake. They've put in work. If you look at ExxonMobil, I've worked with them on a project where they're actually doing carbon capture technology, and they're taking CO2 and they're pumping it back into the ground, and they're storing it in reservoirs in the crust of the earth. And they're doing this all throughout the South. They've invested tons and tons of dollars in carbon cleanup throughout the past 10 years in technology. And they've come a long way, right? If you look at what you guys like to call renewable energy, which to me it's alternative energy, because look at every renewable energy out there. You have solar. It's great. What do we do with the solar panels when they're dead in 10, 15 years? Where do they go? Go up to Maine. They're cutting down acres and acres and hundreds and thousands of acres of forestry. At one time, the same people that support solar said, you can't cut those trees down for the paper industry. And at least the paper industry replanted trees in place of the trees they cut down. So in 25, 30 years, they had more trees to remove, and they constantly replaced and replaced. These solar fields are taking up acres of prime forestry, prime agriculture. They're not recycling them. Then you have lithium. What do you need to get lithium and rare earth minerals? Mining equipment. It runs on diesel. It's the dirty process, and we're putting in battery storage solutions. Then you have hydroelectric. What's the downfall of hydroelectric? Well, it affects fish, streams, environments. Maybe on a smaller scale because we put fish ladders, but look at the salmon population in the Connecticut River. 0. You want to talk about wind turbines next? The foundations for wind turbines are massive. They take more concrete, they use, which comes in a diesel-fueled pickup truck. The list goes on. And then even if everybody in this country could electrify right now, the amount of diesel and fuel it's going to take to upgrade every transmission line in this country and every substation in this country, you're 60 years out before you could even touch that. Is it a problem? Yes. I'm not denying that. But to go after somebody who, their goal, if you go on Exxon's website right now, it says, providing industry solutions needed to help reduce emissions during this energy transition. They know it's coming. They know big oil is out of the game in 60 years. They're doing these CO2 projects and finding ways to make it alternate solutions like hydrogen. They're investing in hydrogen generation projects because electricity isn't going to fuel a large train. It's not going to work. You're not going to have it. It's not going to fuel a large piece of equipment. Hydrogen will do it. Hydrogen burns clean. There's so much technology out there that's being funded by these companies. And to come at them and punish them and say, hey, we want to hold you accountable for what you did. What about your accountability? 11 out of 13 city councilors at this table use either oil or gas to heat their home. There's 2 that use electric. I'm one of them. Thank you.
Councilor Mastrotadoro.
I have to agree with Councilor Healy on this. First off, we're punishing this referendum for this bill punishes the energy companies for past sins. And if you read the whole thing, and it also says that it's not going to affect the consumer. So that's BS because they're not going to eat the money. Ultimately, the consumers pay. Councilor Healy asked, how many people run on natural gas at this table? I don't know. Well, how many people run on electric? Guess what? 43% of electricity is produced by gas. So if you're running electric heat, it's gas that's creating it. If you run a heat pump, it's gas that's creating it. The governor wants everybody to change over to heat pumps. They want everybody to change to electric cars. Motors in electric cars are REEs, rare earth elements, that are scraping the crust of the earth. We lose no matter what, folks. And what this is going to do is just make everything more expensive for us. If you want clean, inexpensive energy, and nobody in this room wants to hear it, is put the U.S. Navy in charge, because they run submarines on nukes. And when submarines don't sink, submarines are safe. You could put all these energy companies out of business if you build nuke plants in each city, small nuke plants like they have in submarines, and you don't hire an energy company to run them. You hire the U.S. Navy to. And it's cheap. It costs nobody anything at that point. But that'll never happen because there's big oil. The fact is, this is BS. I am a no.
Oh, sorry, my mic. It's me, right? I have to say this conversation has taken a surprising turn. I didn't think that we would get quite this heated about it. I totally appreciate where Councillor Healy is coming from. There's certainly no perfect energy source out there. Like, absolutely. It's all dirty. There's no purity under capitalism. Here we are. This idea of like punishing the oil companies, it just doesn't quite sit right with me. Like, I get what you're saying, and I just, it's, Shell earned $16 billion in net profits last year. And in 2022, they had $43 billion in net profits. Like, they are clearing a lot of money. I don't think that we're punishing them for anything. I think that it's a question of people taking responsibility for the impacts that they have. And what's actually not fair is them getting to get all of that money, billions and billions and billions of dollars in profits for themselves, like that, we don't see that, while externalizing the costs. And, people, particularly people who, live in poorer areas, lower income folks, like, they're suffering the consequences and they don't have the ability to pay for it. So to me, this just kind of makes sense. Will they pass the costs on to us? Sure. Will they pass other costs on to us? Sure, because that's what they do, because they really want to end up with the highest possible profits. So I don't feel a lot of sympathy for the idea of them being punished, because, they're doing fine.
Councillor Bullock?
Yeah, I'm going to support this. I actually agree with some of what both of you said, Councillor Healy and Councillor Mastrotolo. And I agree that all of the options we have for alternative energy right now cause some harm to the environment, right? The way that we live has a trade-off, and its impact is real. And the piece you said about turn it over to the military, I actually love the idea of the military being in the business of operating energy production and not war. And I actually think that the whole problem here is that we don't have public utilities, right? Is that we have privatized utilities that are making capital at a disproportionate amount off of people who need these things to live, right? We're talking about basic human rights here, right? People deserve housing. People deserve heat. People deserve water. These are all things that we pay for. And when we pay a municipality for our water bill, we're paying into our public utility so that they can do the upkeep and keep us safe. I trust the DPW and the public utility to keep my water safe much more than I trust BP to keep me safe. I mean, I lived in Pensacola, Florida. I saw the effects of what happened from the oil spill there. I have friends that had their entire lives, livelihoods, generational, of fisher people no longer able to fish in those waters. And the idea that this would be a punishment or a harm to a corporation that makes multi-billion dollars a year versus specific cities and towns and people that have been targeted in Hartford, Connecticut, right? There's a plant in Hartford, Connecticut that was built right next to a public housing project, right? I've worked with some of those organizers over the last few years who are organizing for environmental justice. And it's a transfer station hub, right? Where the energy comes in and the energy goes out. And this whole area of town that these people have lived for decades it's a substation now, right? It's decimated. And so it's not about punishment, right? It is about accountability and like paying your fair share. And when billionaires are making billions of dollars and people are getting sick and dying and hurt off because of the actions that are made, you're not being punished. You're being accountable. And I do agree, like these places, they invest in good ways, and there's a lot of people, there's foundations attached to them that do good things. And so it's really good that we have this, and I don't see this as a punishment. I wish we had better options. I wish resolutions didn't bring us down these wormholes, but I'm up next, so here we go. But I'm gonna support this because I'd love to see the day where billionaires are held accountable.
All right. Can we vote on this, please? Thank you.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
Nope.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Abstain.
Counselor Healy,
No.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett,
Yes.
President Wondolowski.
Yes and yes.
The motion passes by majority.
Okay, next were emergency resolution in support of public safety and equal justice. That came to community relations, so we can either read it or have Counselor Bullock read it. Do you have a preference?
I'm happy to read it.
Okay.
The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council approves the attached resolution titled an emergency resolution in support of public safety and equal justice, majority vote required. An emergency resolution in support of public safety and equal justice, whereas the Sixth Amendment, sorry.
I need to do that.
Second.
Do we have a second? Thank you.
Whereas the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and Article 12 of the Massachusetts Constitution guarantee the council there's a typo here, sorry. Guarantee counsel in a criminal proceeding.
You don't have to read the whole thing
Oh,
if
thank
you don't want to.
God. That's wonderful.
So this came to community relations as well and got a unanimous positive.
Great, thanks.
Any discussion, comments?
I'll just share, I want to thank Isaac Mass for bringing this up. I know we have a lot of talk about whether resolutions are useful. When I received this, I did reach out to a handful of legislators who specifically to bring up how this impacts Franklin County. I don't know, some of you might know, but I worked inside the women's jail down in Chicopee for 10 years. I sat in trials for many years. Once again, I think that this issue specifically affects our region very differently than it can affect other regions because we have such a large population of low-income people. And on top of that, 80% of people that are inside of our jails are low income and can't afford a lawyer, and so we have a disproportionate amount of people that couldn't afford a lawyer anyways. The majority of those people that are in there because they can't make bail. It's not because they've been convicted of a crime. And what's happening right now, as Isaac said, is that after, I believe it's 7 days, if you haven't been appointed a lawyer, you're released on the street. And so there had been a couple examples of people in the community that had shared people had been picked up for like domestic violence incidents and then couldn't receive a lawyer, and so they were released without any charges pending. So it's a safety issue. And this is, again, it's a constitutional guarantee that we provide an appointed attorney for someone to speak to. So this is exasperated, and we invest at the starting point very heavily in our police force, and so we should be investing as well in the process of justice for people.
Councilor Perry?
Yes, I agree that resolutions go down the rabbit holes. That's why I abstain. But on this particular one, the courthouse is right behind Prospect Street where I work. Most of our clients go through the courthouse and they're in need of public defense. And I just believe that this is something that affects the community that we live in every day. We don't see it. Most of it, unless we get called to jury duty or we're in the courthouse because of our jobs, we don't see it. But this affects us as a city, and so I will support this one.
Councilor Gordon?
It was just to make a small amendment to the line that you were reading, to add back in, whereas the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and Article 7 of the Massachusetts Constitution guarantee the right to counsel in a criminal proceeding. So adding in the word right in between the and to. And that's it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do you have the language down? Okay, great.
Right in between the and to.
Okay, just want to make sure. So this is a vote on the amendment
Yes.
right now.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes?
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so next, we're moving on to the full motion. Does anybody have any comments before, Councilor Gordon?
Yeah, I was just going to say before, I really appreciate Councilor Bullock bringing this forward and Isaac Mass suggesting it. I've been talking about this with some bar advocate friends for a long time. And I want to recognize that not only is it a due process and rights and public safety issue, but the bar advocates themselves deserve better than they are getting right now, like to a ridiculous extent. And, you know, similar to what we heard about health inspectors earlier, when the town next door is offering $20,000 more, they're going to get the good people. And right now, the states next door to us who have less money than Massachusetts does are paying their bar advocates a lot more, like a lot. And so we're also going to lose the best people who could be doing these jobs that are so critical to public safety. So I just want to appreciate you bringing this forward. I want to appreciate the bar advocates who do work day in and day out. It is a hard job, and they are doing their best for, you know, in some of the toughest people in some of the toughest situations in our community. So I'm very happy to support this.
Okay, so we'll move it to a vote.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, we're at the 2-hour mark, so we have a 5-minute break unless you guys want to power through, but I think we should take a 5-minute break. Okay. Welcome back. It's 10:38. We have Counselor Williams here remotely and no other counselors remote. Giddy up. All right, so next order is accept land donation from Randall Gawley and Shirley Young. I believe that's EDC and Counselor Healy.
Order number FY 26-019. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council accepts the land donation of Randall M. Gawley and Shirley Young of parcel R37-57-0 to the Greenfield Conservation Commission for conservation purposes and transfers said property to the Conservation Commission to be named the Conti Gawley Conservation Area.
Second?
Second.
This was a unanimous vote in EDC. We had Travis Drury present. He explained kind of the goals for the land. So this land is being conserved. The idea is it would be open for walking, hiking, certain activity restrictions, like there's no hunting based on our conservation rules on the property. So it just seemed like a no-brainer to everybody. You know, we love green space. We love to preserve green space. I love trees. So yeah, that's my speech. There you go.
Any discussion?
I also love
Counselor
trees.
Great. And I love solar on roofs, not on top of trees. Okay, just want to get that in there. Let's vote.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon? Counselor Master Totaro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes, I said, sorry.
President Wondolowski, would you like to vote?
Yes, yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, we have another land donation from Counselor Healy.
Order number FY 26-020. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council accepts the land donation of Richard H. and Gloria J. Easton of parcels R37-53-0 and R37-54-0 to the Greenfield Conservation Commission for the conservation purposes and transferred said property to the Conservation Commission to be named the Conti Gawley Conservation Area.
Second out there?
This was another property in the same area. This was a unanimous positive decision by Conservation. And my explanation for this one is I love the trees on that property more.
Is this the one with that like weird skinny easement? Great, any other discussion?
Was there any coordination between these two families about this, or did it just happen they came up?
I didn't ask that question to Travis, but they did come to the Conservation Commission willing to donate this land, so.
I think we're ready to vote.
The mayor has raised her hand. Do you need her to speak?
Oh, the mayor can answer the question.
That's not that part, I was just very interested
Yeah. Yes, there was coordination. I walked through the lands, the two neighbors had spoken with each other, there was coordination on it. And it looked perfect for conservation, not for anything else.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor, if you talk to them again, just thank them for us. This is very generous on both those families' parts.
I can see our conservation person is on there, and we'll make sure that a thank you goes out to them. Thank you very much, all of you.
All right, We're ready to vote.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
Yes?
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, next one is taking from the table. I believe that goes to Ways and Means, and
Yep. This is order number FY 26-027. The city council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council take from the table order number FY 25-003, quote, revoke the revenue dedication of Massachusetts State Subdivision for statewide opioid settlement funds to the Special Purpose Opioid Settlement Stabilization Fund, end quote, which was tabled at the August 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. Majority vote required.
did I see a second
Second?
explanation?
Do we want to take it from the table before I?
Table first.
Oh, so we have to take it from the table before you can tell me anything about it. So let's vote on that, please.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
Yes?
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, yes.
The motion is now on the floor.
Okay,
So
now,
do I need to read the next one? The next motion? Yep, okay. This is order number FY 25-003. The city council moved that it be ordered that the city revoke the revenue dedication of Massachusetts State Subdivision for statewide opioid settlement funds to the Special Purpose Opioid Settlement Stabilization Fund, established under MGL Chapter 40, Section 5B, Local Option Paragraph. This is in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53, Clause 4, which now allows for establishment of a special revenue fund which allows funds to be expended without further appropriation. 2/3 vote required.
Second.
it doesn't need to be a second, but can I just get explanation of this, and then we can take questions?
Yeah, this was unanimous, positive. It seems like there's urgent need to spend this money. It's sitting there unused. And the committee has already been formed to advise the mayor, so it seemed like we should make this happen as soon as we can.
Great. And Counselor Bullock, did you have anything to add to it, or you all?
Yeah, just that this is it's clearly laid out in the ordinance that we've already passed, like what the process is for approving money. And so all this does is move it from an account that would make it so that all of us would have to approve money moving in a meeting to the mayor being able to approve based on the recommendation from the committee.
Great, thank you. Counselor Golub?
Two things. One, I was just going to ask if Counselor Williams could mute her mic. That was one. And I will definitely vote yes on this. I just want to state that it does make me nervous to have this not be subject to appropriation. I believe that the current mayor will follow the recommendations of the committee, but if we had a mayor in the future who doesn't, it does make me nervous. That said, I hear the request from the committee to do this now. Might not be what I would do, but I hear the request and I will vote yes on this because of that.
Any other question or discussion? Okay, let's go forward with a vote.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro,
Yes?
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes?
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yep.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so next to the Downtown Parking Benefit District.
Yep, and this is order number FY 26-024. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor DeSorger, move that it be ordered that the City Council approves the establishment of accounts for revenue and expenses associated with the newly created Downtown Parking Benefit District. Majority vote required.
Second.
This also received unanimous positive. This was, felt like this was just kind of following up on EDC that went through the discussion, and it's just establishing the account.
I don't see any need to further this unless, Counselor Gordon.
I just want to say a big thank you to Councilor Healy for bringing this forward and working with the Downtown Business Association and other folks on it. I think that there's, as we discussed in EDC, there's no downside to this. It's like only good. So really appreciate you doing the work on it.
All right, we're going to go vote on it.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Tutaro,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, next we're on the preliminary election warrant, which is page 65 in your packet. Would somebody be able to read that for me today?
I can do that.
Thank you.
This is order number FY 26-028. The City Council moved that it be ordered the Greenfield City Council hereby approves the attached local preliminary election warrant for September 9th, 2025, and further authorizes the City Council President to sign said warrant on behalf of the City Council. Majority vote required.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
Did not go to committee.
Did not go through committee, so let's vote on this.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Tutaro,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, it's signed. Okay. Next one is assigning sufficient number of police officers to the polling location.
Did not go to a committee.
This did not go to committee. Who would like to read this one? Page 67.
I can do this one.
Thank you.
Order number FY 26-029. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council, as required by the Votes Act, Section 72, assign a sufficient number of police officers, up to 2, to our polling location, Greenfield High School Gymnasium, for all elections and preliminaries held in the calendar year 2025, and authorize the city clerk in coordination with the police chief or a police department designee to assign specific officers for this purpose. Majority vote required.
Thank you. All right, move into a vote.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Tutaro,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown, Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, we're moving to mayor's appointments. Counselor Golub, if you could read it.
Sure. Order number fiscal year 26031, the City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council pursuant to Section 210 affirms the following appointments by the mayor. GCTV Board of Directors, Jonathan Weber to replace Matthew Conway for remainder of term to expire December 31st, 2026. Mayor's Task Force Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, Jonathan Weber to replace Matthew Conway for remainder of term to expire December 31st, 2027. Parking and Traffic Commission, Michael Mullen, term to expire December 31st, 2030. Majority vote required. And this didn't go to committee because we didn't meet this month, so it's coming straight here.
Seeing no discussion, let's vote.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro?
Yes.
Did you say yes or abstain? Thank you.
Yes,
Counselor,
yes.
okay. Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. And thank you for all of the folks who are serving and switching in. All right. This was before us, but then we pulled it at the Native American burial grounds. So Counselor Golub.
Order number fiscal year 26012. The City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council amend the code of the City of Greenfield by adding a new paragraph and strike through as written in the attached hereto Chapter 307 Native American Burial Grounds, Section 1, and further amends the index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield. Majority vote required. So this also didn't go to committee because we didn't meet and because it's, yeah, so it didn't go to committee. It's coming straight here. It's a pretty simple change. This was part of the ordinance review. It's one of the more simple pieces, so it's been able to come through quicker. I reached out to the Nolan Bika Project to just ask if they wanted any changes to this ordinance. And they requested that we replace the Narragansett Indian tribes with a tribal historic preservation officer. I am, to be respectful of this, I don't know, does anyone know how to pronounce this well? So it's a Nipmuc band, and a Nipmuc Indian band, and/or the Alnu Abenaki. And because they have, in the last year since this was passed, cultivated relationships with local indigenous groups that are more representative of this area. And so the request is that the discussions would happen with them.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Master Totaro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. We're past the motions. Presentation of petitions and similar papers. There weren't any. Report of committees, nothing to report. Unfinished business, nothing at this time. Old business, nothing on the list. So we're going to new business and first reading. First is a financial order for poll worker salary. Counselor Bottomley.
City Council first reading, August 20th, 2025. Authorized payment of fiscal year 2024 poll worker salary in the amount of $453.75 from fiscal year 2026 election temporary wages account. Purchase Rockport utility van for central maintenance for $90,000 from unused and available capital funding appropriated for the fire department ladder truck. Approve funding from capital stabilization account not to exceed $800,000 for replacement and repair of DPW transfer station concrete floor.
Thank you. Next is notice of zoning amendment proposals. Counselor Golub?
Healy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, zoning. I'm zoning out.
You want to just read it from here?
Page 93.
Yep, so this is Order number FY 26-030, the city council moved that it be ordered that the city council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, chapter 200, article 2, definitions, section 200-3 by adding language in bold and by deleting language in the strike-through as follows and attach Exhibit A. And further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the city of Greenfield.
Thank you.
No problem.
Very well read. Any motions for reconsideration that we didn't do at the beginning of the meeting? All right, I'll take a motion.
When did this go? Did I miss a meeting or something?
This is just a first reading.
Okay.
It will be on our, a joint meeting, I think, with the planning board.
You're not voting on it today?
Motion
All
to
right,
adjourn.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We need to roll call.
Oh, crap.
Sorry.
Unless Patty drops off.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master
Yep.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes, please.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett.
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, yes.
Meeting is adjourned at 10:59 PM.
Thank you, Counselor Williams, for joining us from vacation.